We'll sort of like debrief with the guest. We'll look at your predictions, and then we'll sort of debrief the whole world, and then we'll go to the next world. So that's about what to expect, and I think we're about ready to get started. So let's get Team 16 up here and get things going. Zach is one of our guests. Yes. He's actually part of ETC and IDH. You might encounter him in courses in the future. Yeah.
We can advertise our class slightly later.
Oh, yeah. And Corey, obviously, see around the building.
Worked here for 17 years.
Yeah.
He's
He's the other side of the battle between you all trying to make the building messy and him trying to maintain the fact that it's not messy.
Job security.
Okay.
Keep it messy.
You gonna come up and put your boxes up? Okay. So each of you guys get to choose one of these boxes. Okay. Cool. So open the box.
Oh, man. Do you have your predictions? That's good. Coming. Just surprising.
Oh, was I supposed to open it?
Yeah, you're good.
So those are your materials. You can sit here.
Why did you know that?
We'll put you to headset of extra.
All right.
Did you win? I don't know.
I feel like Corey's doing his homework over here.
Okay. Hello, Esme.
Wait. Sorry. Technical delays. We thought we were ready. I'm happy to guess first. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it was totally fine. How it goes. Welcome.
Feels so real.
Yeah.
so real.
I know. Welcome to augmented reality. It's augmented by me.
I can see my hands. Nice. Real.
It's like,
I can see the bear. Yeah. I see it.
Okay.
Xiaoxiong Weini over there. Okay, you ready? You ready?
I'm ready.
Popping on.
Hey.
You got the screen? Can you tighten it?
I don't know how to. Oh, there's no. Okay, I found enough.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I've got network details,
Okay.
which I can just ignore.
We need is network details.
There's a screen here about network details. Should I just exit out? Yeah. So let's do the thing. I don't know how to. Hold on. There's an X that my
Wait,
finger's
wait.
going through. Oh, no, I did it. I closed it.
You good?
Yeah. You would.
Hey, you need a mouse. I think it's on there. Ah.
Okay.
Here? Yeah, sure. Okay.
And maybe
Facing here.
Okay.
Okay. Run it.
Okay. Okay, it says, hello, past me. I'm the present you. Now you are trapped in an enclosed space. I have some clues in my hand to help you escape from this space. I have some clues in my hand to help you escape from this space. Let's communicate, exchange the clues to get you out. Certificate of diagnosis.
You can't see what you can see, so you might want to describe it to me too.
Date. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm in a different room now. There's a map on the table, there's a safe with a combination lock, there's a TV with static. There's a cabinet with a picture on top, still a bed, and there's a chair and a window. And pictures on the wall.
Okay, I got pictures of people and patients, I'm assuming. John Wilson, David Davis, Alex Benjamin, Jane Smith, Chin Xiu.
I don't, yeah, there's pictures of people like strung up on the walls.
I have birth dates and job titles on these names. Yeah, I don't know if that means anything.
I'm just in this room. I have no idea what to do. There's a map on the table. There's a safe. I assume I should open the safe. There's a TV. I could try to use the TV. No. There's some group of people who show up on the screen briefly. It's so quickly I can't really read pages. Fire. Okay, it's some breaking news thing. So what? I have no idea what to do.
I'm reading a diary. All right, well, I have a certificate of diagnosis here. It says date October 17, 2017.
That is the date on the screen. I think it shows up so briefly.
This Alex Benjamin is the name. Male gender.
Yeah.
He was a coma diagnosis. And the description, the patient fell into a coma at 1836 due to a severe head injury. Maybe that 18.
4 deceased, 1 found. That's what's on that date you said.
What's it say?
There's an avalanche. 4 people died and 1 was found on October 17th, 2017.
October 17, 2017. I don't know.
Safe. I could try to put a date into the safe. That's like a total guess. There's like, I assume it wants
A
numbers.
date or the time of the coma, 1836.
Sure. Try 1836.
Say nope.
Didn't open. What's that date? October 17th,
2017.
10/17. But I'm just like randomly putting numbers in here with a safe. I don't know what that's I'm trying to open the safe. There's a map on the table of Antarctica. Never killed an avalanche. I actually wouldn't expect an avalanche in Antarctica because it's like very.
Today is a very special day. It's our 5th anniversary.
An avalanche, but I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna read this. It says 6/20/2016, New York City, Sunday. Today is a very special day. It's our 5th anniversary. We woke up together. My boyfriend and I had surprised me with a breakfast. The scent of a bacon-filled air, shared meal filled with love and laughter. We wandered through the city hand in hand and stumbled upon a 4-leaf clover bracelet. That's underlined. Bracelet in a shop.
I don't see any information.
We got them as a symbol of good luck and love, sealing our promise for our 5th anniversary was pure and simple, a day of love, laughter, and dream. I don't think this says anything to.
Yeah. Okay. One hit from your team. What do you
Stand-up gesture or wrapping something is speech.
I got a journal here also.
Looks like you're having more fun.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this at least. I don't know how to get the page open. It's not. Okay, I'll just leave it. Find a pencil. Okay, they push into each other. No, can't draw on it. Okay, well, there's two journals and two pencils.
Yeah.
All loading.
Is there a four-leaf clover bracelet anywhere?
Yes, clover bracelet. And a note. Okay, the note says, to my favorite Alex, happy 5th anniversary. Always love you, your Chet. Okay, it's just floating. And here's the bracelet. So what should we do with all these things? Oh my gosh. It's a library.
That's a symbol of their love and luck. It's for Benjamin, I'm assuming.
I'm trying to put on the bracelet and it's no. Bracelet. I think it got too close to my face.
Anything in there with a code to open the safe? Didn't you say there's a safe or something?
There's a safe. You can pass the bracelet through the wall of the safe. Maybe I could just reach in and get whatever's inside.
I got a
To respect the boundaries.
I got a Alex Benjamin card here. It says his birthday, 6/26/1979. Job title, assistant leader.
If you can find any four-digit number you think might be relevant, that's probably gonna work.
What number did you say?
His birthday,
Yeah.
6/26/1979,
All right, so I could try 0626.
0626.
Yeah. One number 6.
Having a hard time. Oh! Okay, open. I need some. Oh, that was really intense. There's a dead frozen person to my left. I'm in what I assume is Antarctica. There's a bunch of little pup tents that are perfect area to snow. It is snowing a lot. And dead person. The dead person is reaching their hand out.
5/27/2016. Muden Scott, South Pole Station, windy life. Hold on. Windy life in Antarctica with my boyfriend.
Oh my God!
That's
Bracelet.
better.
There's a bracelet on the dead person's hand. That transported me back to where we were. Put it with the other bracelet in the air. Can't close the safe door. Can I wear these bracelets? I just feel like I really.
There's a picture of two hands holding with each one having a bracelet on it. With the four-leaf clover bracelets, one is red, one is a red strap, and one is a blue strap. Is that what those are? Leaving the frozen world, it's about.
There's pictures of people here, but I don't understand.
It's not just about leaving the frozen world, it's about returning to our life together in New York City, the place where our love story began, and we plan to celebrate our 5th anniversary.
What should I do with the bracelets? I can't wear them. My hands go right through them. Put them together in some place. I can. The journals. I still can't open the journals.
Oh, we woke up together, my boyfriend and I. He surprised me with a bracelet. The scent of coffee and bacon filled the air, filled with love and laughter. We wandered through the city. And stumbled, a four-leaf clover in a shop. Is there a shop? We got them sealing a promise of love. Our 5th anniversary was pure and simple. A day of love, laughter, shared dream, and filled future love.
One more hit from the team. So we're gonna try to pick up the bracelet and look at show.
Pick it up and do what?
You can hold the bracelet and look at show. Look at the show.
Look at the shelves.
The book show.
Holding the bracelets and looking at the it's glowing now. Bookshelf is glowing. Wait, oh, and they're keys. They're clover-shaped keys.
Clover shape.
Okay, there's people over there.
Keys.
I could like. You woke up and found yourself again.
No, he did it. He did it. That was, man, I wouldn't have been able to do that, bro.
You did it, man.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Okay, why don't you guys kind of stand up here while we talk to you about it? Yeah. You want to sit down for a second since you've been standing? Okay. All right, I got an envelope here. These are their predictions. Whew. It's quite the opening world.
Thank you.
All right. The guests will try to shut the alarm. So I think the alarm all the way back to the beginning. Like we think, hours back to when we started this world. Alarm clocks are going off, and yeah, you tried to shut the alarm. Yeah. So it was like you reacted to that. Fast forward a few things going on. You will pull out the drawers. I think once you knew how to pull out the drawers, yes. Like one of the things you did is like opened every single drawer. And you'll try to open the safe. I think all that is basically true. There's stuff that happened in between. But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about this pretty quickly. So I guess between the two of you, what happened in this world? But basically, Zach, who were you both? So I guess.
I basically only know from reading past versus present.
Okay.
That's like my biggest clue that there was some sort of time travel and communicating to myself about my partner had died in an avalanche in Antarctica, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I got from it. They died in it, and I don't know. They went to go get the other bracelet from her.
Let's go to the final thing. What happened? How did this world end?
I broke through the bars of the virtual world and re-entered the real world using a tool that I got from my journey of like memory and healing or something.
Okay. That's pretty close. I mean, team, my understanding is the story here is you were both the same character in some sense. Is that about right? And the person in the headset is, you're basically in a coma. Is that right? And this is waking up from the coma. Is that? Okay. Extra knowledge from Interim and all those fun things.
I get that. I get that. From yourself, like, I get, okay. Oh, that's deep. Yeah, I get that now. Yeah, I see. Yeah.
managed to make it through the experience.
Absolutely. Yeah.
One other part of the assignment is how much freedom you felt you had. Now, freedom is very open for interpretation, so I'm kind of curious, on like a scale of 1 to 10, like 1 being like someone's holding your hand, forcing you to do everything you need to do, 10 being like you can kind of do whatever you want. How much freedom did you feel you had in this world?
I felt like I would have had it. I mean, I was able to read anything and choose any, like, just go anywhere with it. Like, because I had all these clues that I just had to figure it out. Like, keep feeding myself, I guess, him, different information that was here, like, and try to figure, find my way back, I guess, out the coma or something or there. But yeah.
So high
I
number?
was free. Yeah, 8, I guess.
All right.
8? Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Like 4, because like I couldn't, well, there's all these, it's not your fault, but there's all these boundaries, like I couldn't like even like sit on the bed, or I couldn't like leave a certain very specific range of things, like most things I couldn't interact with, like the map on the table, I couldn't move it at all. So, and that's going to happen, you can't give interactivity to all the options, but.
You seem to get frustrated, but you both enjoy but got frustrated with the pencils and the notebooks.
Well, if I can pick up a notebook, unless something is really wrong, I can open the notebook. Like, so it was weird to be able to pick up and levitate, but not open.
Levitate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
How did you feel, Corey, being the person not in the headset, but trying to figure out what was happening in this game that was going on behind you?
I was confused. I was kind of confused, like, but I was like, it gotta be here, like,
Yeah.
you know, like.
Were you frustrated that you couldn't see it, or do you feel
In the
like
beginning,
Yeah.
because I was like, but then after, like, he started naming stuff that he saw and was going through different, once he started, you know, opening stuff and finding stuff, I was like, all right.
you feel like you were helping?
Yeah, heck shit. I was like, all right, we're gonna get this, like, you know, then
Yeah.
I was like, let me actually read these sentences, you know, what's in the journal. So I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it gave us the
It
four-leaf
gave you
clover
clues.
bracelet clues and whatnot. Yeah, so that helped out tremendously.
All right. Well, I mean, we're sort of running short on time,
Yeah.
but I think just for the team, man, like the world expanded quite a bit from Interim.
Antarctica, which
uh,
wasn't there before.
And a lot of really strong choices. Like obviously ran into some frustration because a major part of your interaction like keyed in on you have to be able to open the drawers, find the right drawer to get moving. Although truthfully, like the drawer stuff didn't unlock the safe directly. And so,
You know, you felt like you feel like you were making progress, which was
yeah.
important.
I guess.
Um,
I just wanted to open the
Yeah, it
notebook.
felt like you had to open
So-
the
and-
notebook. Yeah.
And so it feels like the balancing the difficulty sort of the puzzles, because like you keyed in early of like, well, I guess the safest thing I could open. It was like, oh, can we find a number? You tried 2 numbers, then sort of backed away from that and were exploring more. And it was like, I think at the end of the day, like the birth date being the key. I was actually expecting it to have shifted to the anniversary, because you had such
That's
strong.
what I was thinking too.
Such strong like
Yeah.
data on like, oh, the anniversary is important.
Right.
And so like there's definitely little things there, but man, like the guidance for that. And once you sort of got rolling, like the safe got opened, the possibly like the single, you know, strongest moment of this was the hand in the snow, and you reached out and you pulled the hand, which was a gruesome little moment, but it was the right thing to do. And then there was and then you found a bracelet, and you'd already like found the bracelet previously, so it was a really beautiful moment of like, this is meaningful, and it felt like that was like the cleanest, like you'd been sort of guided through the story and the meaning to a part in here that was like the next right thing. I really loved the idea of the bracelets as keys, but man, like you're asking for a lot right there. Because like you have to do a few things. One, you have to notice that the bracelets have the clover shape. The clover shape is a shape, because I know thematically it's like you're hearing clover, but like on the dresser, you had to sort of recognize those shapes were also clovers. They're glowing, and they're keys. They're like, you're right there, but the challenge was also like you have to turn around. So you had a lot of like spatial stuff moving around. But truthfully, like all those things, like really strong thought behind all of it. The final smashing the window worked. I mean, it was like, you got a hammer, what do you do with a hammer? Like you look for something to hit with it. And I think thematically, I mean, I think when we sort of got a sense of like what the story was, you both kind of like, oh yeah, that's kind of a cool, like how it connects together. So like the whole world built into something that really did connect into sort of like meaning in a way that was pretty cool. I mean, the metaphor of smashing the virtual to sort of get to the real is a really, really clever idea.
That was tight.
And really well done. I was admit, like when you went to Antarctica in a scene, I was like, holy crap, like where'd this come from? Like, and you spent a big budget on like a really small little scene, but I think it was very effective to like bring the story into something very meaningful, and it was kind of gruesome.
You felt like you were a little creeped out, right?
Yeah, I was in this like sort of a dead looking place, and there's a dead person like doing this from the like whoa, and I assumed that was their like extremely frostbitten skin, the black skin coming out. Just, like, I didn't even think it was a glove; it was like a naked
Yeah. And I think really, you gave the guests a lot of freedom in terms of like figuring it out. Like this is a world where the freedom was in, you got to figure it out. You got to piece it together. And we could feel it, but it was really well done. So good work, team.
Yeah, you can sit down. We'll get Corey going. You still have time to do
Yeah. Okay, no, right, yeah.
Okay, Corey's gonna do the second one, because he didn't get to play a headset first.
Yeah, I'll do the headset.
I got this. Okay, team 17. And then we'll get you all in the next round. Yeah. I couldn't tell if the pencils were color-coded with the notebooks too, and you were supposed to use the right color to open them or something, but I couldn't figure it out. But yeah, it wasn't obvious.
Used like floating.
Yeah. And then they become this cloud of junk that you had to like navigate through.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Yeah. I liked when you tried to pull the things out of the safe without opening it.
like reach through a wall.
Yeah. No, that was totally fine. Like, you guys were great. I love that you both showed all the struggles through it, but then you were eventually able to get it. I think that's ideally what you want, right? So sometimes it doesn't go that well. So, yeah. But it was great that you guys persisted through it and figured it out. So, yeah. Hey, don't give him too many instructions. You gotta stop, man. The hard part too is sometimes the audience is like, "Do the thing, do the thing." We try to get them to not do that. Because like a lot of these students have play tested each other's games too, so they kind of know what you're supposed to do. But also things have changed since they last played it, so they don't always really know. Good. Good luck. Welcome to the fourth.
Good morning, Detective. We've got a report that a disfigured female body was found at the Grand Theater. The killer might have left their weapon and some clues at the crime scene. Let's identify the victim and dig into the evidence.
Yeah, just FYI, you got a real person in front of you, so don't step on her. Oh, you got it. It's okay. Corey's now an expert on unlocking locks, right? Oh. What was that?
Oh, this is plastic. Oh, this is plastic.
Just trying to make sure nobody gets stepped on. You ready for a clue, Corey? Oh, no, he's gonna work through it. What a pro. No, you're good. Look at that. Nice work. Your persistence pays off.
Why would Maddie Reynolds invite Laura Parker to come alone before the final rehearsal? Suspicious. This is the real knife. It should be the weapon, Detective.
Yeah, so how do you prove it, I guess? Yeah, we'll let you try to figure it out, but let us know if you want one more hint. You ready? One hint from the team. What do we got?
There are two pieces of paper. You can just try to put them together.
Hey. Oh.
This is the script of Laura Parker. It seems like you have found out who the victim is, Detective.
Is that it? Is that
It's
it?
time
You
to
figured out the
bring evidence
case.
to the police so that they can proceed with the next step. It's time to hand the evidence to the police. So it's time to hand the evidence. It's time to hand the evidence to the police so that they can proceed with the next step. It's time to hand the evidence to the police so that they can proceed with the next step. It's time to hand the evidence to the police so that they can proceed with the next step. Laura Parker, a brilliant actress, her first leading role. But Maddie, the stuntwoman, must be standing in the shadows. Rehearsal day, Laura's birthday, Maddie's message. What a twisted surprise. Then, the brutal murder on the theater stage. Laura's beautiful face, slashed and disfigured. How deep does this grudge run? May the departed rest in peace.
Yeah, let's hear it for Corey. You did it, man. Oh, there was a real person there. That's why I was trying to make sure you didn't step on anybody. No. It's a lot easier than rendering a human body to use a real person.
All right, do you want to get the predictions? Does team, do you have predictions? All right.
Oh, the evidence folder.
Oh, nice.
Here we have predictions. Okay. Yes, we'll open the purse and take the iPad out.
Yes,
You did
yes,
it.
yes.
The guest will toggle the switch on the floor. Did you know there was
I
a switch on the
tried
floor?
that big. Yeah, I tried.
You tried?
I did. I couldn't
Well,
get it.
I believe you triggered it accidentally,
Oh, really?
right?
Did I?
The shan-
Oh, is that when the chandelier?
The chandelier fell
Oh,
because of the lever
okay.
on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
All
I
right.
heard it fall. Yeah.
The guest will type the code 1010 into the lock screen.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Totally
Yes.
did that.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
You're
Yep.
so smart.
I didn't. I seen it. I just happened to turn around and like, oh, there's a blackboard behind me. Like, happy birthday. I'm like, okay. That's the only numbers I've seen. So.
You did a great job.
Yeah. Thank you.
So who were you?
I was Laura. I
No, wait.
guess.
You were Laura? Okay.
I can't really remember. I don't know. I was just in the moment playing. Well, I can't even remember the names.
That's
like
okay.
really. Yeah.
And what was your job?
Oh, I was a detective. But yeah, as far as my fault. The victim was Laura. Yeah. Yeah.
No, you're kidding.
Yeah.
How did it feel? Did you feel like a detective?
Yeah, I did. I very much did. Like it was cool going around trying to find. And I don't think if I would have hit that lever, because I think the knife was in the chandelier.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how you got that.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
And I didn't notice, until a little bit. I seen a little checklist, and it told me my objectives. And so
Yeah.
I was like, all right. Once I seen that, I was like,
You were like, check.
yeah.
When
Yes.
when did you notice the ejectors on the side?
It was after I got the iPad and I was looking for the number, and I think it was around then because I was just like, hey, like there's a number around here somewhere. Then I just was looking around and I seen it.
Oh, so you saw the
Yeah,
and you're looking for the
cause
number.
yeah. So, and
Feeling from freedom from 1 to 10, how free did you feel in this scene?
I felt pretty free. I could do and go just about anywhere. I mean, there was stuff I couldn't pick up or stuff, but I ain't, the main stuff.
So what number would you give it?
I would give it another like 8.
8?
Yeah.
Cool. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Can you tell us this case? What happened in the story?
I can't really.
No?
I know.
You're solving it in the moment.
Yeah. I wasn't really. Nah. I can't. Somebody got stabbed. That's all I know. Like really.
Did you feel like you were at a crime scene?
I did. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. Where was the crime scene? Was it in a?
Was it in this room? Where did you feel like it was?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
No?
Oh, no. I didn't even look around to see like all that. I just was looking. I seen the tape.
Yeah.
I have a
Like-
guess, but it took me a little while to figure it out.
I didn't.
Was it a stage? A theater stage?
Stage. Okay, I didn't even notice all that.
In the boxes,
I was trying to
seen
figure
the
out.
boxes. I didn't notice a curtain really.
I was trying to figure out like why did a chandelier fall? Where did the chandelier fall
Yeah,
from?
yeah.
On the street, like why is there a chandelier?
Yeah.
Were you confused about
I wasn't confused about it, but I was like, I heard it fall because I was over here and I heard something fall. And then I just happened to turn around like, oh, I don't remember that being there. Then I seen the knife, but I seen the other knife
Yeah.
too. I figured that's why I picked that one up. But it was like, oh, this is plastic. So I put it back down. I was like, all right. Yeah, nah, yeah. Then I'm like, hold on, there's another knife. Like, yeah, yup.
All right, should we unpack this a little bit?
Yeah.
One, I mean, it worked. It was, I mean, some of the like strong moments, like when you're looking for the code, you turned around and saw the blackboard. Like I don't know, I felt it.
Yeah,
I felt
yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
that's got to be the
Yes,
code.
yes.
So like really good, like letting the clues in the space sort of guide what's going on. Like you went straight for the purse. Definitely like one of the harder things was the paper. And like understanding that if you
Yeah.
magically put the paper together, it'll
Yeah.
become legible.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a little, I mean, like
Really how paper works.
Yeah.
'cause I-
I might have thought to do that if there was words that I could read on each piece of paper. Like if there was words that I could see, you couldn't see nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, part of
Yeah.
the little. Yeah, and if I seen the little words over here, maybe I would have thought. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
an interesting contrast to like the tablet. Like the tablet's like, I mean, you'd also been primed a little bit to know that codes were a thing.
Yeah.
But like everyone saw the tablet and was like, oh, I know what to do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm looking for 4 numbers
Right,
to like
right,
punch in.
right.
And like it's just like there's similar puzzles, but like how those guide were like you could sort of feel the difference in that. Like I noticed the UI on the screen when it went green. Like when you unlock the tablet, all of a sudden like I was expecting the victim to be what you discovered, but you discovered the person who murdered her, the murderer.
Yeah.
And like, but it went green on the screen. So like having that contrast happen, because like that moment of change was pretty effective.
Uh-huh.
And seeing that the chandelier was a nice moment. It was a little weird. Like there's a giant lever on the floor that can drop a chandelier on your head. But it worked. Like, and I think you can sort of see it's like places where change happened, like help
Yeah.
cue like what's going on
Yeah.
and all that stuff.
Showed you that you were making progress.
Right, right.
And,
Yeah, yeah,
and honestly, to Corey, your credit, and to the credit of the world, like Jonathan, you were pushing for a hint.
Yeah, yeah.
And like you,
It was like, chill out.
and there was this, and I think the world did a good job of like giving Corey the sense that there's work to be done.
No, I
There's
could-
still things
right.
you can do,
Yeah.
still things to figure out, and that's a really good
Yeah.
place to get a guest.
Yeah.
Is like they've got confidence that they can still work through things.
Yeah,
And like you did like I said, a good job of like having a variety of clues. Honestly, like the police tape is a really clever way to like
Yeah.
close off the space,
Yeah.
make it so you don't go there.
I didn't even look past the police station. That's why I didn't know where I was at. I literally just, yeah.
It was I think the background audio of this felt like there was like people talking.
And they were siren.
It felt a little bit like a street soundscape as opposed to a theater soundscape, and I think that was one thing that sort of threw me off for a little bit was just like knowing where we were, but it wasn't that important to the world. Yeah.
Part of our design because we expect the audience.
Yeah, and I think I love the setup of like you and like I noticed that you aligned it like the curtains are over here on the stage, and as like a design choice it was really solid, and like if you were iterating this I would like find ways to make the theater feel a little more present, but a really good balance between virtual and real, especially like using the mix of virtual and real for the murder victim and all that stuff. Like just really good choices, and like did a good job of like creating a fantasy for the guest that also guided us along. And your predictions, I mean, I was keeping track. Like it was exactly the order. And interesting, your prediction was they'll find the tablet, they won't get the code, they'll do something else, and then they'll get the code, which is what happened. So good job on those predictions.
Great, awesome. Thank you, Corey.
No problem, no problem.
Appreciate it.
Good job.
Okay. So one of you two is up for number 3. We should get Zach again probably before you gotta go, right? Okay. Is the tape gonna bother other worlds, or can we just leave it? Leave it? Okay. Zach, why don't you come and do it again before we get rid of you, and then we'll use you after that. Is that good? Because Zach's got a bit of
Sure,
class too.
sure. Okay. Has it been interesting so far? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's you might ask the tech staff over there when they do it. They'll give you. Sometimes I take them off and put them in first, and then put it on. It is a little bit awkward, but if you're the lenses are actually pretty close to your face, so if you're nearsighted vision, you can just take them off. So you can try both faces. While we're waiting, so Zach runs the physical computing lab up at Ideate. You want to say a little bit about kind of what you do?
Sure. I teach courses in physical computing, which means making interactive doodads.
But physical interactive doodads.
Physical interactive things, as opposed to, so I know that you're very accustomed to writing software. You know, almost this entire experience is happening because some company made the hardware and you write the software that interacts with that. The work that I teach students to do is to build the hardware and write the software. So the hardware is going to be much, much simpler than this, but it can be there's a huge range of possibilities. So you could add sensors that could detect, let's say, the amount of light hitting something, distance from something, air temperature, humidity, pressure, push, distance, whatever. You can sense many, many things, and then you can create outputs. Like you can make little vibrating motors, you can make lights, you can make sounds, you can make things move, you could build a whole machine that has moving parts, and you can essentially connect inputs and outputs in almost any way you'd like. And particularly relevant to this audience, you can use these things to be inputs to computers or outputs from computers. So you can build a custom controller for any game you have. And it could just be a distance sensor that is in one place on the wall, or it could be a whole suite of different sensors that the user interacts with in real life and that feeds data to the computer to interact with your game. So that's actually not super hard to do. And I teach an Intro to Arduino Micro where you can learn how to do that. And I also teach some semester-length courses up on main campus.
Cool. Let's put you in a headset.
Okay.
Zach and I are actually co-teaching a mini course this spring on building like pre-pinball electromechanical games. So if you're interested in that, you can come talk to us about it later. Team 18, come on up.
Should I be jumping past this start screen?
I don't know. Is it not launching? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Woo. Hey. Oh, you want to look at this picture first? Ah, too late. Zach works at IDA. They do this stuff all the time. You okay? Is that it? That's it. You did it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. All right. Can we get the predictions out?
Grab the spray and paint their own art. Were you painting your own art?
Art's a strong word for it, but sure.
Okay. Yes, we'll grab the hammer and destroy the sculpture.
Yeah,
You did
well,
at least one.
a sculpture, yeah,
sculpture.
yeah. But then I could not paint the shards.
You seemed really disappointed.
There, yeah,
Do you
I
wonder if you painted it first and then broken it, if it would have worked?
don't know.
You don't know, okay.
It crashed the Oculus if the shards were paintable.
Okay,
Too bad.
too complicated, okay.
Yes, we'll push the button of the music box to change the music. Did you do
I,
that
no,
intentionally?
I never touched, did I touch the music
The
box?
music changed.
Oh, I didn't realize I did that. I saw that there was a boombox there, but I didn't intentionally interact with it. I was like close to it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So who were you?
I think I was just me in a world without consequences, where it's like, oh, I can just like whatever, like this is fun. Yeah, so it's like the toddler version of me.
The toddler version of you.
Yeah, just
Okay.
running around, breaking, destroying, whatever.
Feeling of freedom, 1 to 10?
Oh, very free. Like 9.
9.
Yeah,
Good job.
very free.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What did you think you were supposed to do?
I didn't even worry about it being bad to be a vandal. I saw spray paint and I thought, okay, here we go. Like I had no concern about the morality. Also, the art, like they were just blank canvases. So it wasn't like I was painting over somebody else's work. I would have felt more reservation about that. And like there's all these white surfaces surrounding me. There's white sculpture, there's white things in the sky. There's just like, great, why not just cover everything I want to in spray paint? It's so easy.
Similarly about the hammer.
Yes, right, that's
You felt free to do
fair. Yeah, well, there's a hammer, so everything became a nail and smashable.
So, but you were surprised to find out that you were not, like, socially supposed to do this, yeah?
I guess the little art robot was a little bit of a surprise, because I thought like, this is probably okay, what I'm doing. Yeah.
Do you feel like an artist and not like a vandal in the first part?
Not an artist. I felt like, okay, if you're like walking in the woods and you'd stumble upon some old like ruined building, like you can like hit it with a hand, that's fine. Like it's already ruined, it doesn't matter. There's not consequences. I felt like I was just playing around in a way that wasn't really bad. There weren't consequences. I wasn't necessarily supposed to, but it's very freeing to be able to just like spray paint all sorts of things for fun.
We got a question from the audience.
Question for the audience.
I think I like saw the spray paint first, and it was just, a progression. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you didn't smash the radio. It didn't even occur to you.
Maybe given more time, it would have smashed everything.
I'm kind of curious.
Did they cut you off when they did?
Yeah.
So to the point of like cutting off, how did the world end? And why did it end?
Well, the police robot showed up. I tried what I think is a very clever tactic. If there's a security camera and you are already holding spray paint, like just spray the face of the camera. But that didn't work, which was kind of disappointing because that should have been like the smart answer. I guess I could have hit the police robot with a hammer. I didn't try that. Would that have worked? Yeah, I could have smashed the police robot. Okay. And then I don't really understand why it ended. Like maybe I was arrested by the police robot or whatever. The world just sort of
It
disappeared.
did seem a little surprising. Team, why and how did the world end? Is there did something get triggered?
Yeah, so the robot shows up after a certain amount of time of you just being in the museum. And then you actually resisted arrest before the robot got to tell you to put your hands up.
Oh.
That was possible, but he will approach you and tell you to put your hands up, and then you can do any number of things to resolve that situation, one of which is putting your hands up.
Gotcha.
I would not have.
And after that,
Yeah.
the closing comic shows up, which the
So there's a bit more of a sequence with the security robot. that you kind of circuited. Cool. Right. All right, let's unpack this a little bit. Yeah. I mean, it worked really well. I mean, really strong guidance, sort of indirect control with color, right? This world sends a lot of signals with like everything that's white is basically things you can interact with in the sense of like paint. Everything that's bright is like a tool. And I think that signal just happened, right? There was no explanation. It was just like, just worked. And I think it was a really good choice, especially it matched the whole theme of this world. Like you have the aesthetic of this world is really strong. Like the colors were bright. They put you in a mood. They gave a tone to this whole thing that said, I mean, you question at the end, it's like, I was a vandal. Like there's a sense of playfulness to this that I think you did a good job of like establishing and letting the guests step into. And you know, that just sort of worked as well. I think there wasn't a lot of questions about how to do this.
No.
Like the spray paint just worked, the hammer just worked.
Well, the only thing I did wrong was when I picked up the spray paint, I was already pulling the trigger. So I picked it up and immediately was spraying. So then I realized there was actually a different thing to pick up than to spray. But I figured that out quickly.
Well, and I think it speaks to like just feedback and like giving like letting you know that something was happening.
Yeah.
And so like it being discoverable worked really well.
And in a game where you're basically doing this, it was smart to use the controller rather than trying to do hand control because it sets your hand up to do the thing. And that worked out really well.
Yeah, I mean, I would wonder in playtesting how playtesters reacted to the security robot. I mean, basically, how many people like walked up and tried to spray paint it?
Spray painting it was the most common
All right.
response.
Yeah.
Because I think like when all you have is a hammer, everything's a nail. When all you have is a can of spray paint,
Right.
is something you should hit with spray paint.
I guess I should have gotten the hammer to hit the robot, but yeah.
Or you could have just gone piece. Or it's fine.
Well, I didn't even hear the put your hands up thing.
But I mean, overall, like it worked really well. I think the ending, you're aiming for a bit more complexity, which is a tough thing to get sometimes.
The ending comic also, it was like the art gallery was vandalized, but it sparked a new surge of appreciation for art. Your vandalism received critical acclaim.
So I did the right thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of good choices. The world worked really well. It was a little exciting at the beginning, but the first thing you have to guys do is turn around.
Yeah, I thought like I was just waiting for this splash screen to go away. I did not realize I had to turn around.
But successfully turned around and got things going.
And then I pushed start so quickly I didn't read the opening comic. I just saw a start button, I did it.
well, and it,
Yeah. Which honestly speaks to a lot of the strength of your design.
And-
Apologies to whoever drew the opening comic, but it still worked.
And truthfully, like a very common reaction for guests, which is to interact with something sooner than possibly the team wants. And like, basically, when you're a guest in the world, when you're doing stuff, you want to do things. And basically, waiting and paying attention is not something that you're expecting to do. You're sort of like expecting action. And so getting it paced, like how do you prevent interaction, say, hey, no, pay attention to this. I think the security robot is a similar thing. Like, how do you make something that's really clearly like part of the space and you kind of want to go touch it and get the guest to like pause a little bit and be like, let's listen first.
So Zach said he had to go at 11, so
Yeah,
I just wanted to point that out.
All right.
Yes.
Anyway, great work. Successful work. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you so much for your help. It was great. See you. Yeah. Yeah, and come take Zach's classes. Yay! Okay. Which one of my parents is going to play the next game? Dad? Okay, come on up. This is my dad. My parents are visiting today. My dad is a retired Shakespeare professor at a small women's college. He focused on Shakespeare and performance. He is here partially to consult with the team that's doing a Shakespeare-related project for the second years. And I don't think he's ever played anything in VR or AR, so this will be fun. Yeah. Yeah. Come on up. Next team. haven't decentered it as you waved it around. They're loading it up for you, hopefully. You seen anything yet, Dad? Yeah. Oh, you pressed a button as you were waving it around, sorry. Your gimmick caused some delays. Yeah. They're getting an error. No worries. Nice. Is that screen on? We can't see it here. Okay.
Hey, Detective. There was a headless body found in the prison bathroom, and some of the CCTV footage was deleted, but we managed to recover some of it. Try to look through the scene and find out more details. Oh, yes, and treat all evidence with care. Pick them up carefully.
It's only our second dead body today. Third dead body? Whoa, okay. I've lost count, clearly. Oh, look at that. No luck. So far, you have the normal amount of frustration. Oh, you got something. Okay, you got your hitting a little bit. Oh. He's figured out the head's important. That's good. I'm just spotting you. There's a chair right over here. I got it out of your way. If you want to come more this way, you can. Okay. Just let me know when you're ready for a hint. We'll just let you play through it, though. The music's so good. Whoa. Whoa, what have you just figured out? Do you want a hint on how to use your arm thing, Dad? You seem to get in. Oh, there you go. Did it freeze? You got dizzy? Yep. You okay? Yep. Let's stop. Let's stop. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You got it? Yeah. Woo. Here, let's just stand up here and take a seat.
All right, got it. The predictions over here.
Okay, go for it.
Whew. All right, number one. The guest will collect the wallet, the phone, and the knife and place it all in the evidence bags. You're definitely trying to do that.
You're trying to put something in evidence.
I think you, I mean, my notes were like, you were looking for, pick up the tablet. You tried to pick up the tablet, tried to pick up the wallet. I think you definitely noticed those things. How do you pick things up?
He was trying.
Okay.
I think it was getting mixed up because he was trying to do it both times.
The thing is, like, you have to pick up the correct item at the right moment. Because you're rewriting a plan, right? Because some evidence doesn't exist.
Oh my gosh.
That would take a while to figure out.
After all the things are collected, the guest will try to figure out what is the fourth evidence bag that goes in, whether the fourth evidence goes in the fourth evidence bag. Did you notice were there evidence bags?
There were 4.
Okay. I mean, it was actually a really nice set. I mean, I took notes. Like, there's like this table of evidence. So a good job of setting up that like there's evidence to be collected, and the guests will see footsteps appear and follow those footsteps to the door and open the door. I think the door in question was sort of there.
You were looking at the door for a while, trying to figure out what was going on with it, right?
What I thought at first was going to happen is that the evidence bags already had evidence in them. So I was trying to find the clues that had already been gathered. That's why I was trying to open the bags, but they were not opening because there was nothing there. And then I tried to pick up the items that were glowing, but with one hand underneath, beside, pinching, 2 hands, none of that would activate and levitate the items. So I had items that I couldn't pick up. I had evidence bags that were empty. So then the only thing left was the head that was glowing, which was clearly signaling do something. And then the controller looked like the rewind and fast forward on a video player. So I figured that meant that eventually I could play back an animation of what had happened.
And you figured it out eventually.
Well, I figured that part out. And then there was a moment when the bodies seemed to be wounded by gunshots. And so at first I thought, I'll watch the body and figure out, but I was seeing it react to violence, but not seeing the violence happen. So that's why then I tried to turn around and run it while looking that way so that I could see whoever the criminal was, opening, closing, disappearing, doing something. But it didn't do what I anticipated because I couldn't see the action taking place that way. I could only see the reaction on the body. So that's when I got stuck.
But a lot of that worked really well, just to talk about it, right? Like, I didn't even give you a hint. I said, do you want help figuring out your arm thing? And then you messed with it a little bit more and you got the animation. And the animation is very effective visually. It looks stunning, honestly, to like watch it go back.
Yeah, it was very evocative, like the rewind and just like seeing that in action, like, and it was a really impressive use of animation and content to sort of like tell a story of what this means, because you have a super weird world, right? We're in the space, we move around the space, we can pick things up in the space, but we're only in certain parts of the right time. So we're rewinding time that we're in the middle of to like see what happened and also gather stuff. And to tell that story, like without really using, an hour-long explanation of how it works, like you have to like use it, the animation like basically conveys a lot of that. And I think it's like definitely the hardest part of your world is getting the guest to understand the tool they're using to manipulate the world. Like one of my notes repeated over and over again was like, buttons still don't do anything. And I feel like it's the challenge of this world is the feedback to the guest that is like incremental. It's like, oh, you did something, keep doing it, was where it was like a little bit of a challenge because like those buttons were really clearly like something to be done, but every single button press, like the first dozen or so didn't do anything. And so it was like this really kind of hunger for feedback on what is happening. I'm kind of curious, how do the buttons work?
So it was actually pressing them?
Okay, but pressing was happening in the world. Why wasn't that working?
It was working, so like we had to balance between like the animation is not moving too fast when we press the button and like we had to move it a significant amount but not very much.
The main reason why it seems to be not working is because we're rewinding time, not fast forwarding time. So what he was doing is basically like trying to go beyond the limit. So especially when like a video player, you cannot go beyond how long the video is.
Yeah, but
But there wasn't a signal to know where you were in the timeline, right? So you were trying to do both things, and you didn't realize you were all.
so are you saying that so forward doesn't work
In the beginning.
at the beginning?
You have to go backwards.
Rewind it and then forward to.
But it seemed like rewind was being pressed.
Yeah, the main thing also like if I press rewind one time, if I move it a significant amount in that one press, then the guest wouldn't be able to control the animation and stop it.
So if I press rewind once, what happens in your world?
There's a little tiny bit.
Okay, you can't see. There's no feedback on it. You can't see what happened. Gotcha. Okay, so it's basically you need to hold it long enough, and I think it's one thing just like in terms of like learning this, like the moment, and I'm also wondering like in the animation moment if like there's a little bit of like the body's on the ground, so the discernible movement is a struggle, but it was getting that to be learned started to work. And I mean, truthfully, like we're gonna watch the video. I want to watch like what it looks like to play through the rest of the stuff.
One thing that helped was having different glowing things in the scenario. The head was glowing and the iPad, wallet, whatever that was glowing, but they were not time-coded. I think it would have been much easier for me as a player to have figured it out if a thing glows at a moment in the time sequence, so I know that's the moment I'm supposed to interact with it. I think it would have helped had there been some kind of a visual guide to let me know where I am, or that I'm at this end, or I'm at that end, or there's some meter that lets me know. But- Yes. Okay.
So when you rewind time, do you remember there was one instance where the victim was holding the phone?
Yes, yes.
That's when the phone was ready to be taken.
Before it breaks.
Yeah.
There was a text message on there to reveal like what
I mean,
Got it.
No, that's all great design.
Yeah. Super ambitious. I love basically the world that you built here, which is you're controlling time and you need to get things at a certain point, and you built all these ideas in terms of like the timing is important. And I would think the iteration would be, can you bring some interface to like guide the guest to know these extra little details? But man, like I really love like the world you built with this.
one more little detail is you were supposed to go behind the victim to see if there's a knife on his back. So yeah, you can collect it at a certain point. Like the knife is gonna solidify, and then you can just pull it out and put it in the.
Got it.
One last question. Feeling of freedom.
Cool, feeling of freedom, sorry.
I had spatial freedom to move around. What was frustrating was when I wasn't getting the reaction I anticipated. And so then it felt like the world was limited in that it wasn't reacting in the way that I anticipated, and I was running out of moves. So somewhere in the middle.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah. And that's 4, right? So then we switch?
Yep, now onto team 20.
Right? Isn't that 4, so we switch? Let's do attendance. Attendance. Okay, attendance for the people who just did it, and then we're going to switch.
Team 20. All here. Team 21. All here. Team 22.
All here.
Team 23. All here.
Team 20, you're up. I'm going to go check and see if another professor is waiting at the door.
Okay.
Mom's up.
Yay.
Give her advice, Dad.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, what I like with what's his name? Oh wow! I get to do a dinosaur. Is that he talked as he was trying to figure that things out. So I think I'm gonna try to do that.
Trying to do it.
I know.
Trying to talk about
Because I liked, he said, well, here are these, look, these buttons here. Oh, his head is around. Wonder what would happen. Oh, this looks like a, oh, golly gee. The dinosaur. I think it's mine. I hope we're gonna be friends.
For the team that's presenting games, please move a little forward. Please do not sit in the back. Thank you. Right.
Okay, that's fine.
Did they give you hints?
No, she said she was just gonna put a band on. So I got my
那得动一下，然后躺在这里。Active in the world。啊，玩家才是恐怖。
So this is my mom, everybody. She spent many decades teaching public school. She's an expert in literacy, so teaching especially underprivileged, but also general populations how to read. So she's good at teaching and learning, so hopefully she'll be able to figure this out. She also has 0 VR, AR experience.
Never worn one of these before.
So this will be great.
No, I don't know that I can promise the greatness, but
Well, is it
yeah.
We need to put something on it.
Okay, and
Yeah,
then.
she warned her.
Okay,
Okay.
You good?
I think so. No, it's fine. You're just limiting my.
Okay. Make sure that if you fall, I'll catch you, because you may not be able to catch yourself.
Yeah.
Made with unity. I got that.
Breaking news. In a stunning twist of discovery, scientists have uncovered the remains of a T-Rex buried alongside an enigmatic artifact, pot with legs. Could it be that dinosaurs have engaged in primitive culinary activities? Stay tuned as researchers delve into this mystery, reshaping our understanding of these ancient creatures. We'll bring you updates as the story unfolds. This could make history. Breaking news. In a stunning twist.
I mean, good thing you know how to cook.
Yeah, the good thing is I like to cook. Okay. Cauldron over here. Looks like I have the number 8 on this. Oh, okay. Fire, yeah, need fire for cooking, that's helpful. Lots of leaves and things, you know, around, another fire over here. Oh, my hand. Wow. I only have 3 fingers on each one.
actually toss, you can toss the carrot into the pot. That's why I put it out of the bounds.
Okay, great.
And then you can grab one. Okay, fine.
Oh, I guess I don't put it on the The number's not changing, but maybe it was gonna.
All right, we got some predictions. Predictions. Look at this nice folded one. Okay, you
See, I
ready?
like the chicken. There's my dinosaur.
Okay. The guest will use both hands to grab things and have two items on their hands at the same time. You did pick up two things.
Yeah.
Especially the weird
Yeah.
vegetable.
Yeah.
And then your guest will try different ways of throwing. Did you try different ways of throwing?
I didn't do overhand. I just kept seeming to.
Tossing them this way.
Yes.
Okay. The guest will walk towards the pot and try to drop things in it. That was your first attempt.
That was my
right?
first attempt. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, who were you?
I had fingers like a dinosaur.
So you think you might have been the dinosaur in that news story that was
Yes.
took things?
Yes,
Okay, cool. That part
yeah,
came across.
yes.
Great.
Only, mainly because of my fingers.
And what were you doing? How were you cooking?
Throwing things in a big pot.
Okay, that part seems to come across.
Yeah, yeah.
And you were trying really hard to get the chicken to go.
Yeah, because I wanted to make chicken soup.
Yeah, but what was the problem with the chickens? You
They
seem to be
kept-
successful in everything else.
They kept moving.
They kept
The
moving.
carrots I could pull right out of the ground, and the little whatever they were, I could also pull them out.
Cool.
Yeah. Not sure I could throw them in the pot though.
Feeling of you didn't really try to throw the.
No,
in as
I
much,
didn't.
no.
I didn't. No.
What feeling of freedom from 1 to 10? How much freedom do you feel like you had in this game?
I didn't feel constrained at all.
Did you just feel bad at doing it, as opposed to like the game was stopping you from doing the things you wanted? It's a tough one. Huh?
That is a tough one. Yeah, I kept thinking I was going to be able to pick up these chickens, and I'm not still sure what I was doing wrong that I couldn't pick them up to get them into the pot.
What's happening, team? Why couldn't she throw the chickens in the pot?
Do you talk about technically or?
Just like how technically were you? Did it work the same way as all the
It
other ones?
tracks your hand like this.
Uh-huh.
So when you're doing this, it's not gonna.
So you don't think you were grabbing them tight enough, like that maybe?
Yeah, you just gotta grab.
So it's grab with one hand, not two hands, basically.
Exactly the same angle that you grab carrots.
Gotcha.
The band was having you try to grab things like this with
Yeah,
your hands together.
that's true.
Which I think might have distracted you from
Using
trying to
one
grab it with
hand.
one hand and one hand.
Yeah,
Because
I
with
think so.
plants, you were able to grab it and hold them up.
Right.
But then when you were trying to chase the chicken, you kept saying, my chicken.
Yes.
Like salad.
They were fatter than carrots.
I know.
Yes.
No, that's just. I mean,
Yeah.
I should tell you about the time I tried to grab a sword in the previous game. It didn't work very well. Ezra remembers.
Oh, I remember.
It was Ezra's world. Yeah, questions from the audience.
I thought at some point the pot got up and ran away.
It
Yes,
did.
yeah.
It did.
It seemed to go out of the bounds of the game.
Yes.
Throwing the chicken,
Uh-huh.
that it was blocked by the border from going into the pot.
Huh.
Yeah, do the chickens fly past the wall?
No, it's just the chicken's physics that is.
Chicken physics.
So the chicken, those are the randomly walking chickens.
Yes.
And for some reason, their walk, like random walk pattern, did not get disabled when you're throwing them. So they're still trying to fly somewhere else.
Okay.
After throwing them.
I just want to point out the absurdity of having a conversation about chicken physics with a dinosaur right now.
Yeah.
It's a
When did the pots get up and start moving around? That was a surprise too. The animation looked cool.
If you look at the meter, when you fill the meter, it's not actually an 8, it's an 8.
Ah.
oh.
Sideways.
Uh-huh. I began to think that.
The second phase, it has a timer now. But yeah.
Cool.
I mean, a lot of really great things going on.
Yeah.
I mean, the basics of the world, you did a great job discovering. You know, like as a guest, like walking around, like you explored the whole space and got a sense of like what's going on. And I think for the most part, you got everything right.
You discovered the weird dinosaur hands,
Yes.
which are, I think, really strong in this
Yes.
game still. They're very
Like,
evocative.
like that, yes.
And like there's a table and like you're like there's some confusion about like exactly is that a bell on the table, but every single like little piece of like getting oriented fit with the world, and I think for the most part was what you were expecting. The little hang up, I had the same question, like why is there a lizard sitting above the pot and with the number 8 on it? And it was like, oh, really logical guess.
It would be like put 8 lizards.
Find
in the
8
pot.
lizards and put it in the pot.
Yeah.
And it's like just a little piece of UI that was doing exactly what you wanted to do, which is like, hey, stuff goes in the pot. We're going to tell you how you're doing, and it just missed the communication ever so slightly. And then like later, the indicator was at 42, and it's just like this is why UI and VR is super hard because it's not something that you can rely on like it's always here. It's like you see it when you see it, you read it when you read it, and like that moment of understanding can be hard to catch
It's also
with the guest.
easy to look in the wrong place and not see the UI countdown or do anything.
Right,
that,
right.
that shows
Because I was chasing the chickens.
I mean,
I
somebody-
wasn't watching the
you liked
numbers.
The sparkles when you threw the carrots in.
I
right?
did,
You noticed
yeah,
that? That was
yeah.
a really cool effect.
Yeah, so like
I did.
really good feedback on like the carrots, and honestly like the spirit of this world like came to life. Like you're making soup, and it became, and the world was like, yeah, let's make soup. And so a relatively simple premise. At the same time, it got complicated.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
the pot started moving, the chickens started coming out, kept coming out, the chickens are like everywhere. And there's like this kind of delightful chaos
Yeah.
that's going on. And I think, there's worlds where that chaos would be distracting, but this world like sort of said, yeah, like that's part of how this goes. Like you're a dinosaur trying to get chickens. The fact that it was hard to pick up chickens, although a little bit frustrating, was some of the charm of the world.
Yeah.
Like if this was you're really good at it and it's just really easy, it's a different world. But like the fact that like it's sort of escalating was really fun to see.
And probably in real life, it's hard to catch chickens that don't want to be soup, right? So like,
Yeah.
part of that was pretty good, yeah.
I'm trying to give up hints when I'm like walking in like this.
Yeah. So the team, you did a really interesting thing, which was you put an armband on. How did that feel?
Very restrictive. Yeah, because I don't think I could have done throwing over my shoulder anything into the pot. I had to do this way, right, for the most part.
I'm kind of curious, in playtesting this, did you see the armband change how people experience the world? And did you make changes to the world based on the fact that you're using the armband?
To be honest, I just got the armband.
Whoa.
Ooh, risky.
Aha.
I put down the order like last week and it just got, it hasn't even got here. I just went into Target and got one.
I love the boldness of trying a radically new way of running the world for the first time in class.
To be honest, the reason is like we're using the armband is because when you're using the Oculus hand tracking,
You want
it doesn't have a problem with controllers, but when you're using hand,
Uh-huh.
the camera only has like a
Finite field.
vision facing forward.
Uh-huh.
When you're hiding around like when the hand's hiding around the blind spot, especially when you're throwing like this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
See your hands.
And the hand kind of glitches right on the side of the screen, and it looks not good.
So you really wanted people to be throwing like that?
Yes.
Well, that
Yeah.
totally worked.
Yes, that definitely worked.
But it had the downside of, again, the catching
Yeah,
chickens
but
problem.
then that's the downside, which
Yeah.
honestly, I should have, like, we've seen people do that all the time.
Well, and it speaks to like just the challenge of making even simple interfaces. Like the things I would iterate, like I'd want the chickens to come more into the space. Like they a lot of them were outside the bounds, so it was like some waiting for them to come in. Like obviously the interface for like the indicator of the pot, you'd probably want to make that more directly, like it's simpler. Like it's carrots, and like it feels a little bit like you're dumbing it down, but there's a reality of like how to like phase that in and make that a little simpler. But I love the energy of this world. I love the chaos.
It was fun.
And just like the news report at the beginning, the dinosaur costume, just a lot of like really strong things. It was a fun world, even though we didn't really get to the end. It was just like it was fun to watch. So good work, team.
Congratulations, team. Yeah. Okay, you're up. No, you each get to do 2 if you want.
You're welcome. Thank you. It was fun.
Now you get the Christmas themed one.
Oh, okay. I'll show my glasses.
Yeah. Did you have trouble seeing in the last one, or was it okay? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to be nervous. It's fine. You'll be fine. Oh, yeah, they have to tape something under the controller. You might wrap it a few times to make sure it doesn't break. Yeah. Okay, can you?
Yep.
Sorry, Dad, calibrating the candy cane. Calibration stuff is some level of calibration, so you don't end up walking into the wall. This video is actually ready? Yeah. Okay. You just need to start standing anywhere?
Yeah, like maybe here is good.
Okay. This is like sort of a central mark.
Yeah, I know.
Give that a shot. It's a little bit hard to put over glasses, but it does work. Which hand is which? This one is?
Left.
Candy cane is
Candy, yeah.
This is the candy cane one, so you put this in your left hand. Are you okay with being put a Santa hat on?
Oh, I've got to get.
Weirder than it is already. No. I mean, his background is in theater, so. Okay. Those people who don't know yet, this is my dad. He's a retired Shakespeare professor at a small women's college. So.
House to bring joys to Christmas. But we never got any present. Even for finger kiss all the time. Here's with me, Uncle Emmy, our own gifts this Christmas. Me. Gifts.
Better get things ready. Can't wait to see the kids smile. Huh? Hey, give my present back!
Trying to escape. Ah, you got one. Yay.
Yep, yep. Good job. Oh. Yeah, try to hit it. Yeah. Hey. Oh, good job. Almost there. Try, come on, the boundary. Can I give a controller hint? You can use the left controller to do the locomotion to move there if you really can't touch it. Yeah, the joystick, correct. Yep. Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. Yep. Yep. Good job.
That's it. Time to bring this gift outside to give the little ones a surprise. Time to give our little ones a surprise.
Oh yeah, if he can hold it, yeah. He can hold it, yeah.
It's time to bring them back.
Yeah, if you can hold it for him, yeah, that's fine, yeah. Yeah. Oh. No.
Time to give our little ones a surprise. It's time to bring them back.
Yep.
Time to give our little ones a surprise.
Can we give a hint? Please, come on, come on. Out the door.
It's time to bring them back. Time to give our little ones a surprise.
Almost there.
You're not a little one. Of course. I have something for you guys as well. Now, come on in. Help me make this Christmas great again.
Yay! Congrats. You can take your.
Can we take a picture of you?
Yeah, later. Can we cut the sound? Wow. Okay.
Merry Christmas!
Candy canes for everybody.
That's right. Yeah, sure.
All right.
Okay.
While we distribute candy canes, do we have predictions?
Can you pass that around to? I can talk to Dad. Predictions. Okay. Thank you. Here you go, Dad. You ready for predictions?
Yes.
Predictions. Number 1, they will catch elves with the candy cane and gather the gifts. They will open the closet door. That was the last one that you had trouble finding
Right.
the elf for it? And then they will open the door at the end, which you did. It took a lot of coaching, but you did.
Right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known how to get that because I wouldn't have thought to use a different joystick. And the glowing handle was a clue over there when I finally looked over there. But again, it was outside of the delimited area. So both that and that were confusing because they were off screen. And I was also surprised that the elves that were running around up in the air were very difficult to stop. I don't think I ever caught one of them. But once they got on the floor, it was a different story. So the fact that eventually somebody came down on the ground gave me reinforcement that I was doing something right. Because as long as they were up here, nothing I did seemed to work.
Who were you?
An agent for Santa trying to get the presents back from the elves.
Okay. Feeling of freedom, 1 to 10.
I liked that I could move around in the space and that there were no barriers. It felt like a very safe space. It felt like it had lots of flexibility. Again, the fact that the power seemed limited to this space and not, I could see further than I could interact with. And so that was a limitation on the feeling of freedom. So maybe 7.
Okay, cool. How did it feel to catch elves with the candy cane?
Oh, it was like Sally picking up vegetables and throwing them in the pot. Once I caught the elves and got the packages, that was a real reinforcing feeling of success. But then once I turned around and saw the sack, I don't remember seeing the sack earlier. Maybe it was there all along. Maybe it only appeared when I caught elves and got packages. But once I saw that, and the shape was so inviting, it looked like a wishing well or a basketball goal waiting for something to go in it, then there became 2 exciting tasks. One was the catch and the other was the deposit. So it was a very reinforcing game and very exciting.
Did you pay attention to the numbers that were floating above the bag?
There was a score board that was right over the bag, and that was when I got frustrated when I had lots of red presents and no gold presents.
Yeah.
Because I didn't expect it to go over 10. So it was in some ways rewarding that it kept going even after I'd hit the limit. Had red presents continued to appear and had I continued to catch them, but nothing triggered on the counter, that would have been frustrating. So the fact that you let it go higher was a good idea.
Could you tell a difference between the elves with gold packages and the elves
Yes,
with red packages?
not in the elves, but the packages themselves. The packages were red and gold. Typically, the gold ones were smaller and the red ones were bigger.
Yeah, but you didn't notice the elves behaving differently?
No,
Okay.
except there were some elves that were lurking and hiding as opposed to running around. But that meant they were usually harder to find. But again, that leads to the how to get past the boundary or open the door or whatever it took to get to them.
You managed to grab the elf that was inside the cabinet without opening the doors, which
Right.
was interesting.
And the one under the chair was fun.
Yeah.
The one that was hard that I saw early on was the one behind the Christmas
With the
tree.
train, yeah.
But I couldn't figure any way to access that one.
Boundaries, man. They make it tough sometimes.
All right, should we unpack this a little bit?
Sure.
The theming, the intro was actually really well done. One thing you did notably was it was paced. It was like, watching worlds and how you introduce stuff. Your intro was slower than others.
Yeah, it was like one panel at a time.
And you could sort of feel it just even watching it, how the information was coming out at a pace that you could listen to. And it's definitely a balance in giving information, like just slow it down, let people absorb it because it's happening for the first time. You did a good job setting tone. I mean, the tone of this world is just charming. It's very clearly Christmas, and you just leaned into it. For me, like the moment where an elf ran across a wall was like, whoa, like what's going on? But it was really nice. It sort of made it feel more magical.
The color scheme all contributed to that.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, like there's sparkles coming out of the candy canes, so a lot of like just nice touches to sort of say this world has this sort of magic to it. How did you feel about catching elves and taking their presents?
Great.
No moral problems with that.
I didn't have to give them a sock or anything.
That's right. No, and I think just like it felt fun, and especially when like picking up the presents and putting them in the bag got unlocked in some sense. Like all of a sudden it was like, yeah, let's make this happen. I enjoyed the fact that you had two types of elves, the ones that were running and the ones that were hiding. It was a kind of a bold move because what you did was you said, we're gonna take some of these elves, and we're gonna have them behave differently, and they're gonna hide from the guest, and they're gonna be hard to find.
Harder to find.
And
the first one kind of by accident is my sense, right? He wasn't intending to find a hiding elf the first time. So however that was plotted, it worked, right? And then
Once that happened,
you found the one that was hiding in the big drawer next to the door,
yeah,
you were like, oh, some elves are hiding, right? And also the other ones stopped coming as often, so it kind of encouraged you to look around for other elves. So the pacing of the experience overall was great.
the other thing that helped was a dual counter. Because it was very clear that I was succeeding in one task and not in the other, which prompted me to figure out what's that other task.
yeah, I mean, like just left a lot of good room for the guest to figure it out. Like you never said, like, hey, some of the elves are gonna be running around, you're gonna catch them this way, and some are gonna be hiding, go look for them. It was just like the world, like let that be a thing that you figure out. Definitely some challenges with like the edge of the boundary. Like the elves on the wall are just out of reach, and there's a lot of like just out of reach in this world. And my guess is like being able to be able to control your boundaries in the space more rigidly would help with that. And so like that edge of frustration was sort of like present in this world.
What I hoped was going to happen was that if I couldn't grab them, at least I could guide them. So what I wanted to do was to push them down the wall towards the floor where I knew I could catch them. So if there was a way you could do that, I think to make it too easy so that wherever they are, I could get them just like that, the game wouldn't have any staying power. But to have them scurry up or around or across and then have somehow me be able to head them off at the pass, that would have made a different kind of challenge and it would have been even more fun to play.
The last moment was like classic playtest reality, which is you've taught the guests through the whole world that you pick up presents and you put them in the bag. And then you give them their last present, and what do? You put the present in the bag. But the world's like, no, this is a different present. It goes somewhere else that you've never been to before in this world, and you gotta like do something different with it. And like that's absolutely a part of the world that like the intent is exactly there, but to make that happen, like it takes an extra level of like guidance. Like how do you connect that this goes to the door?
Right. It needs to be a blue present, the door is blue, or there's something that has to really make it different.
there's
Trying to put the door like in the real world.
yeah.
Yes.
And I mean and just recognize like that's extra hard But you did a great job teaching that presents go in the bag. Were the elves building up at the window? As you catch them, they disappear and they go outside and they watch on the inside. Yeah. So I mean, I was like, you have the pieces, right? You've got like the elves are outside.
And the
but
handle glows.
It's very subtle. And so it wasn't unexpected that the ending was kind of hard to get to. But man, a lot of like really good choices. The world like was fun to watch. It looked like it was fun to play. The candy cane as a physical thing was a really nice touch. Like it just sort of like.
It blocks the joystick really.
Yeah, but
anyway.
Yeah.
Something to work on in the future.
But it was still worth it just to have a different kind of prop. That helped.
Anyway, really good work.
Yay! Good job, team. Thank you. Oops, sorry. Do y'all have time for mom to play one more before you leave town? Yes. Okay. Sorry, no pressure.
That's all right. Better than I did last.
Well, maybe or not. So it's okay.
Mine was similar to yours, which made it easy.
Yeah. Well, in the first, you both had the padlock codes, right? So sometimes you learn the wrong lessons from the previous game now, right? Some, like trying to pinch the time control thing instead of pushing it. Well, you're only good for about 2 worlds.
Why am I holding this?
Sorry. Y'all be fine. Yeah. Luckily, we don't have the VR boots. There are no foot controls in this one. Maybe if you come back for festival. Yeah. You could also just watch the live stream from the safety of your own home. Making sure we don't have other guests walking in and getting stuck outside.
We'll be home by dark.
Be good. Sorry. You can eat Gramani Brothers sandwiches with French fries on them before you leave Pittsburgh. Yeah, sorry. Sorry to delay you slightly. Yeah, no, it's fun, right? Yeah, Sai's trying to find one more person to take the last slot, so. Yeah. Well, now you can explain what I do to people instead of just being like, he does something.
Thank you all for letting us get a piece of what his world is like.
Does this make things make more sense or
Yes,
less
it
sense?
does. Well,
A little bit of both, right?
It doesn't necessarily make it easier to explain, does it?
We understand the smile on his face.
yes,
Getting to play every day.
exactly. Who doesn't want to go to work and play every day?
That part's
I
fun.
teach little kids.
It's been pretty good. We haven't had any painfully awkward ones yet, so that's always good.
Is that foreshadowing? The team fired up a giant pillar.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if that's still part of the game. Yeah.
Looks a little scary.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, they're gonna have a controller. Interesting. Okay, you ready?
Okay. It might be too loose, yeah. Can you tighten it?
Might have to take it off first to tighten it. Can you hold that? Why don't you tighten it actually?
You have to hold it like, oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's okay. You guys, this team wanted to take a photo of you before you guys leave, so we can, if you want to. We can do that. Well, how about after that? Let them do the world first.
It's just up too high. That's causing it to.
No, it's okay. It's because of Ezra's big head. Sure.
Yeah.
It's okay. My head is always huge. I can't buy normal glasses and stuff. Is that better?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We want you to feel comfortable, so
That's
let us
all
know
right.
if it's
Good.
weird. Okay.
And
You hold this thing. You want to hold the handle that's below right where you are.
Oh, it's okay. Just
Oh, there you go. You got it? Okay.
am I supposed to be pushing anything?
No.
You don't have to push it. Okay.
Okay. You ready?
I got a blank. Oh, there we go. Made with Unity. There I am.
Yep.
Whoa. What have I got here? Okay. And it's a pair of pants. Right. Right. Okay.
It's falling out.
Is it in the right place?
I think it's lost track of the controller because it's blocked by hands.
What?
Okay. Do you want to try something else real quick? Okay. Wait, Mom.
Okay, well,
They're gonna.
I didn't think I did anything.
No, you didn't do anything wrong. It was just something going.
Wow!
Yeah.
So it does happen sometimes in these worlds. Like remember when Dad or you were pulling the plants out of the ground and they also went.
Yes.
Sometimes that happens. It's okay.
Well, I wanted to know with any of the little whack people, could I toss them in the pot or not?
Yeah, I don't know.
Asked that question.
We didn't ask that question.
No,
did
I
we?
didn't.
Yeah. It's okay. They're making a pants controller adjustment.
Okay.
It's hard when you build your own controllers sometimes.
I just moved it. I don't have to push any buttons.
That's what they said.
All right.
But I don't think pushing the buttons should do anything if you're not supposed to, so you should be fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not the weirdest thing. Okay. Okay, so we think we're okay. Which left hand? Right hand. Doesn't matter. Which hand would you rather use to swing this controller? Oh, hold it with both sides.
Hold his butt. Okay. Whoa.
Because it might block your vision.
Okay, like that. A little bit lower, down.
No, I mean, just make it lower because it might block your vision.
You got it?
I got it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Think so?
Okay.
Okay. We'll give it a shot.
I think it's the other, you need to turn around.
I need to turn around. Whoa! Boom. There's no trick. What he did was... Oh, gosh. Okay.
Oh.
So I see a start and I see a replay.
I think it did not start from the very beginning. You might want to hit the replay button.
Hit the replay button
Yeah.
with the pan.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
Once upon a time, there was a guy who had a big butt and was very frustrated about that. Disaster came one day and suddenly there were tons of moles popping out from the toilet. Once finishing up his number 2, he surprisingly found out that a mole died from him, but there's no trick. What he did was to hit the mole with his butt. Boom. Now, he's here to save the place.
This is only the second butt-related BVW game that I've seen, but I'm sure Dave has seen more.
Now I start. I'm going to go over here, I suppose.
Yeah.
Supposed to hit something with my butt.
Here it comes.
3, 2, 1. Try again.
Try again. I'm going to try again. This butt keeps getting in my way. To be able to shoot. Yellow.
okay, that's okay. Probably not. They think it's we got a bug. So you want to start? Restart it? Yeah. Okay, they're gonna restart it. See if the moles show up better this time. Yep. Guy with a big butt. Yeah. There was a time when a guy who had a big butt, but then there were moles coming out of the toilet. Had to hit the moles with his butt. That's the story of this game. Sorry, just trying to entertain you during the replay. Probably start and not replay. Oh, no, that was a replay. You're okay. Assuming it loads. Hey, 3, 2, 1. Whack those moles. Maybe hold them a little lower. Whoa. What is happening? Waves of butt?
Round 1.
Round 1. Oh, you got more toilets now. Yeah.
3.
Go. 3, 2, 1. Whack some more moles. I don't know. Round 2. Well, you made it through round 1. I don't know. You got one. You got that one.
Round 3.
Round 3. Three, 2,
1.
Yeah. You moles are gone now. Thank you, Butt Warrior. Oh. I thought it was a toilet, but I think it's a trophy. Yeah. Yay! Here's your butt controller. Whew. Okay.
Hey.
So, second time seemed to work better than the first time.
Yeah. I had, part of the problem is I had this waving butt in my field of vision.
Seemed like it was
And
distracting
it-
and also blocked your vision.
It was, and so I found that if I crouched down and had the butt down low, then I could see the toilets and the moles better.
Your predictions? Okay, let's see what you got. Number 1, guest will whack the mole with the start board to start the game. You did that twice. In the first round, the guest may not use the board to predict the mole appearance pattern and will wait until the mole comes out and hit it.
Mm-hmm.
Guests
That's true.
perform better in round 3 than round 1.
That was true.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
So could you figure out why the toilets were turning yellow?
I did not. I don't know if that was indicating the rounds, because I thought they started on the right.
Did you look at the screen behind the toilets at any time after you got the story?
I did not.
Okay.
So there was the toilets up
I'm
high?
just wondering. So there were patterns that the moles came out of that were signaled to the guest in some way, right? Was that both on the screen and then also the turning yellow? Okay, so that's what I thought might be happening, but I didn't know for
Okay.
sure until I asked them.
So the yellow toilets were where the first mole would appear?
Yeah, they would tell you the pattern. I think.
Ah, gotcha.
Like Simon, you know.
Uh-huh.
And then you would go figure that out.
Gotcha.
Who were you?
I was the big guy with the big butt.
Okay, cool. That part seems to go. Feeling of freedom, 1 to 10.
Freedom. I mean, I didn't move around in space much. I was kind of confined to the space, and my movement was somewhat confined.
Yeah.
Um,
And it seems like the butt blocked you from seeing or doing some of the things that you
Yeah,
wanted to do.
that's what I had to get past, and it took me a while to get past to moving the butt out of my line of vision so I could see the moles.
So somewhere like on medium or lower side.
Yes.
Okay. Was it fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you feel fairly good at hitting moles with your butt? Or did you feel like you had challenges?
I got better as time went on,
Yeah.
so that was a good thing that I had multiple rounds to try to figure out how it was working so I could improve my strategy.
Appreciate the countdowns to
Yes.
starting? Yeah.
Yes, that was helpful. I like the 3, 2, 1 before getting
Did
started
seem like
again.
The timing helped in terms of like knowing when you were supposed
Yes.
to do certain things.
Yes, that was helpful.
Yeah. Other stuff, Dave? What do you got?
Let's unpack it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I think really good job on like bringing the guests into the space. You have a really weird world. I mean, like the story was, I mean, like the beginning, it's like, hey, you're a person with a big butt, and then you discover that you have the power to kill moles with your butt, and then the moles are, everywhere, and it's now your time to sort of like eradicate all the moles. Really weird, but it kind of works, right? They like you figured out and understood like you want to hit the moles with the giant floating butt you have in your hands. Even like just the beginning of like push to like replay or push to start, like the interface, as weird it is, was working. And like I think it's a testament to like a lot of the design here, like the feedback of like when you hit a mole, like you got really good feedback that it was the right thing to do. You got feedback on when you started. It definitely like there's a little tech problem, which is man, you picked a. I love the fact that you made a physical butt because it's an important thing to like figure out where, like what is this like. It's not really your butt, like you're like holding it with your hands and shoving it into like the toilets. It's like, this is not a world where you really want to think too much about what's going on. But it's like, it really helps, but it's a challenge, right? Because dressing up the controller now makes it a little harder to track and like can the headset see it? And I think is the butt like bobbing in the space? I feel like it was bobbing a lot and it was like getting into the view. And like the fact that you're holding like a really large object in front of your face made it hard to see what you're hitting. And like this is a very like common challenge in VR where like either it's behind you, and that's a whole part of it, it's like it's behind you, but it's hard to look behind you, or it's in front of you, and you're holding something that's blocking your view. Like for instance, if you want to make a sword fighting world, and you're holding a shield, well guess what shields do? They block everything you can see. And so having that balance between being able to use the interface, but also be able to see around you was a little tricky, but you had enough signals in the sense of like the sound effects, the countdown. I mean, like, I think the countdown was essential here so that we know when things are going to be happening so you could sort of like prepare and maybe lower the butt down. And the pacing of like when the moles came was at about the right speed too. One thing I definitely noticed was, look, you started to surround the guests with the toilets, but like getting ready and looking behind you was sort of like out of scope for the world. It was like 3 in front. Okay, there's a few to my side, but if there's moles coming up behind me, it's like the brain just can't hold all that together. But at the same time, I think the progression you made was working really well and made some really solid choices.
Yeah, you definitely improved on a lot of the things we saw at Interim, right, in terms of just the pacing and the speed. I like that you leaned into the butt after Dave and I were like, no, make it a tail and like swing it behind you. You were like, no, it's going to be a butt. Forget you guys. And, I think it worked out in the end, which is
yeah. And the signaling of like the sequence was a clever idea. And basically, this world feels like one where you play it once, and you're like, I want to try this again. And like you learn that okay, you got to pay attention to the sequencing at first, and then you're ready to go at it. And then like you look around, and so there's a little bit of like once you get it, there's tools you've built into this world that are really helpful for executing it, and getting a naive guest to know those immediately is a little tricky, but at the same time, like, you don't really need them. It's sort of a difference between doing it okay and doing it better. So I think it was a good design of like putting that in there, getting enough so the guests can go through it at a challenge, and then if you do it again, like you sort of pick up on the hints.
Yeah, it's difficult to do arcade-style gameplay in a game that people are only going to play once. So I thought like what Dave said, you gave a fair amount of support, and especially when we had to restart, so you had sort of an idea of what you were doing, right? It gave them enough time to try to figure out the world. Does that make sense? Because arcade games are often like, you play and you fail, and you play and you fail, and you play and you fail, and you slowly get better. So the 3 rounds really helped that happen within the space of a single play. So I thought a lot of the design choices you made there were very smart. Yeah? Yeah, one more question?
How clear was it to you how you were successful, when you were successful? Did you know immediately what you did and what the result was?
Yes, I could see the
mold disappearing.
disappear.
Cool. Awesome. Yay, good job, team. Okay, we got a final guest. So who should we get? They're about to leave town, so they probably can't stay. Okay, that sounds good. You can see if Megan's at the front desk. Sorry, no worries, we're good. We'll find you a guest. Sorry, it's just like it's this weird in between. One of my parents had to go in the last session because Corey could only stay for a little while, and we like are now one short. But we'll figure it out. We'll put out a second here.
PhD work, traveling around the world.
You doing okay? You get this comfortable lounge position. So we have a second-year volunteer. We've got Anton, hailing from the UK. Coming in at 6 foot something, the one, the only, Anton. We don't have music to play as they march in, so. Just so you know, Anton, we can offer you one hint if you feel really stuck. But you can keep going for a while. Oh no! You were doing so well. No worries. Did he see most of it? Okay, let's call it there then. Yeah, Anton! Woo! Okay, come sit on the. Yeah, so predictions. Let's hear no pressure.
Yeah. I'll say the wrong answers.
Things that you did. The guest may try pumping the shampoo bottle very fast to make a lot of bubbles. You did do that.
Yeah, I did do that.
Guests may want to interact with bathroom appliances. You did.
Yeah, I did want to do that.
Things and sink, right?
Yeah.
Guests may try to touch or poke the bubbles. That was like almost first.
first.
Yeah,
right?
that was the first thing.
Yeah, nice. Okay, did all those. Nice.
Awesome.
Who are you?
I think I was like a child in a bath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, and what were you trying to do?
I was trying to save the ducks' friends who had been suspended in bubbles above me.
Uh-huh. And how did you do that?
I did that by pressing down on the soap dispenser, which releases bubbles, and then the bubbles float up, and then depending on the color of the dispenser, that correlates with the color of the bubble. Yeah. And yeah, got there eventually, but
Cool, you did. Yeah, so they got you to do the thing that you never do in VR, which is look up.
yes,
How long?
yes,
It took you a little while. Though.
that did, yeah.
When did you finally be like, oh, the bubbles are floating up, and I should look up?
I think, what was it? Yeah, it was, I think when I was looking at the environment itself, and I was just looking up again at the shower head, trying to judge when water was coming, and I think when I just looked a bit to the right, there was like, oh wait, no, there's a whole load of bubbles there, which I thought I had actually made, because I did not notice them at all at first.
I got a question for the team. When Anton looked up, was that right the moment the bubbles appeared, or had they always been there? Okay.
Anton was focusing on like observing on a bubble, and then if you notice in the background, all the ducks started like floating up. But you didn't. I think you didn't see that.
No.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you didn't actually. I think you didn't miss the ducks up there. You triggered them by accident
okay.
to like for the scene to transform a little bit.
So the first scene is like a tutorial.
Yeah.
So when you finish the tutorial, that's when the bubbles.
Yeah, I think you. I had my notes like you freed a duck, but then my notes like, did Anton notice?
yeah.
And then you looked up. So like the sequence was kind of like it worked, and so like they got you to look up. I think subconsciously.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was it. I enjoyed the music and the bubbles as well. That was pretty fun, yeah. Yeah, literally thinking, oh, yeah, is there a clue in here? Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that.
So feeling of freedom, 1 to 10.
Let's say 8.
Nice. Okay. And you had a good time saving ducks?
Yes, I did. I thought it was very satisfying.
How long did it take you to figure out you could touch the bubbles and move them? Because in the beginning it seemed like you popped them,
Yeah,
and then you couldn't figure out how to hold them.
yeah, it was sort of when I saw them go up and pop the bubbles, I thought, oh, I must be able to control them, because otherwise I'm going to just pump until something happens. So it seemed intuitive at that point that I must be able to guide these bubbles with my hands. Yeah.
So jump ahead. Yeah, let's talk about this.
A lot of really good design in this. I think he seemed to figure it out without too much trouble.
In the beginning, he was being a little rough with the bubbles and
Yeah.
poking things around. Eventually, he got that you had to kind of push them more gently. Yeah, there was a really good moment where you like took a bubble and you basically carefully corralled it up to the ones, and it was like it was sort of like exactly what you want in terms of a guest test.
Though
It's like
he didn't quite get the duck to fall in his vision. A couple times, like he popped all the bubbles, and then the duck kind of like slowly
It just, yeah,
fell.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so
I
it
think
felt like it needed a more quicker reaction for them to really get that cycle.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean the definitely like it was like really nice to watch you like work through like what can I try? Can I turn these on? And there was like a bit of a slow discovery of like what is interactive, but it was really good. Like, I mean, the world basically worked, and it was a really clever design and all this stuff.
Yeah.
There's some weird stuff, right? And you could sort of feel it. Like you got the idea that the duck, you had to free the ducks, and there's a duck floating right here in a bubble. And what do? Well, obviously I can pop bubbles,
Yeah.
right? And so like you had this, the world has this weird behavior, which is there are bubbles you can't pop. But the way you pop them is you make other bubbles, which match the color, and then those can pop these bubbles. And man, like that's, like there's nothing in our world that prepares us for that little reality. But you got there.
Yeah.
And part of it is like you're looking for the rules, it seemed like, of like
Yeah,
exactly how this goes. Like you've got 2 pumps, they give you different colored bubbles. So the signals are there, but just like, it kind of speaks to how weird some just game mechanics are. And like matching bubbles, like there's a bunch of games that do that where you match color bubbles, but like just the world isn't used to that. And like just watching trying to pop the bubble with your hands, it's like, yeah, duh, like that's what you would do. But it's like, I think it also speaks to the world, like it worked that you could sort of work through it and understand those limitations. It would be, I think the iteration would be, how do you more quickly explain to the guest that these bubbles are weird bubbles?
Oh yeah.
And you can't hit them with your hands. You have to hit them with something else. And like that little chain of logic is like happened mostly in your head. Like you had to figure it out. And I would wonder, like, how does the world explain that more clearly? All that said, like it did end up working really beautifully. The bubbles are still great.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
Yeah. And I think that's where it got to, is like once you figure things out, it's like, oh yeah, let's do it. Like let's go from learning and exploring to action. And like the tactility of the space was a testament to that.
Yeah.
So a lot of like really, really good design, and you stuck with a hard idea, which is taking a simple game mechanic that's very artificial, bringing it into an AR, VR space, and trying to get the guest to understand that magic bubbles like match color, and it got there.
Yeah. Good job.
Good job, team. Yeah. Thanks, Anton. Yeah. See you. Yeah.
Are there students who need to get lunch, Anton, that need to be corralled?
I'm not actually sure who's on the list. I'll see what Janice says.
We got 10 minutes till next round starts. And we'll see you up. That's the speaker about 1, 2, 11. You're half. Wait. I was worried. I was like,
It's lunchtime.
I'll give you a quick introduction.
Sounds good to me. Also, I brought into your game. Holding on to we also nice. So, oh yeah, it went really, really well. Like the biggest thing that I was nervous about was like these classes have new students. So, like, all right, I have 2 course periods. I can get all of these games. You need everyone to attend to have the right player. But everyone is there and prepared. Help yourself. Yeah, help yourself.
You have lollipops.
Some people wandering around and
Yeah, there's a Santa Claus. Some people cosplay. My dad does the same.
oh yeah, I took some pictures of that and I'm gonna send you all. Yeah, of course. Very well. Oh yeah. And I'm BBW. So help yourself.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, thank you for letting me give the last hint to your dad.
I mean, it was so close to the end.
Yeah. Just like it was kind of like, we to set up.
Yeah.
To set up the stage, and then we didn't have a chance to set up that. I think it's the chorus there, please, something like that.
Well, the game started before I even introducing myself.
Oh, yeah.
Ezra was like ready to go.
No problem.
See you. Yeah.
Okay, and see you at the festival.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you Thursday.
Okay, see you Thursday.
Before corporate attack.
Okay.
Bye. Yeah. Just to make sure my friends. Whoa. They said free candy. Ethan, you're presenting in the next round. Try to sit up in the front. We can run through stuff pretty fast.
分你是一个stream 的话，
第六人又是第六人，坐实第六人。
努力过，就是一会儿给他们，你看他们怎么办？啊，没有。
他应该在 stream。还有 streaming，他这个有 streaming，之前这个讲。
不知道。然后昨天说帮我们修那个 stream 会写的那个节也不见。
基本上我们 stream 基本上是写的。这个虚拟是不是真的？就是我这个是，就是等会儿还是会不会miss out？会 miss out 这个。
每天都在拿，昨天是苹果之后。
游戏重启的也不一样。然后这个
刚说。
这是我们那期有的测试一下 steady。然后我自己测试一下，分享。操，我直接试玩一下吧，看应该还行。
他stream的时候声音就变成了。是。我要问一下那个倾斜的问题。
他是在开录制吗？演出来的那个 frame rate 的问题不大。哎，他们也不是 pro， 对，他们对 frame rate sensitivity 也不是很高。
24分还行。你要我问他些那个倾斜的问题。
Let's do a quick attendance. Team 24. Team 24. Okay. Team 25. Who's missing? Okay. Team 26. All here? Who's missing? Oh, I just saw her. Team 27? Who's missing? All here? Okay, cool.
It's not 24, 25. You go 25, then 24. But you go 25, and as is, we try to work on it. That's all we can do.
Okay, so you guys aren't going first. You guys don't need to quest points. Unfortunately, Tyler, you don't get to go to the rack. Okay, Tyler, you're up. Unfortunately, you won't get to go to the rack, but.
Oh, that's fine. That's not right.
You can have rack. We'll make Ted go in.
I need 25, 26. 25 right now. Controllers or hands?
No, just hand.
Okay. So everybody, this is Tyler. Tyler is local Pittsburgh game designer, previous publisher of experimental theater plays and up-and-coming playwrights. During the pandemic, he switched to publishing tabletop RPGs and other weird things full-time. So he's doing games full-time, which is impressive as a person. He's teaching the indie RPG course up at main campus right now, and thankfully came down to try out some games. So
Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Yep.
All right.
I have no idea what to expect.
That's excellent. And just so, for context, everyone, so we're going to bring the guests in, get them ready, get them comfortable. We're not going to give them instruction. We're going to watch. We're going to give them a hint if Jonathan are like, hey, things are dragging a little bit.
About 5 minutes or so, if they're still struggling, we can give them one hint.
And then afterwards, we'll read the predictions, find out like how it went. We'll sort of talk about how things went. Team's job is still to take notes. We're still gonna be talking about like what possible iteration would be. It's part of what you should turn in. But for the most part, things are going really well. I mean, honestly, like a lot of stuff is showing well. Yeah, and I guess for all your teams, like we are, like some of the guests are not able to finish, all that stuff is totally fine. We have videos, we can watch those later, all that stuff. We understand, so this isn't a like if it doesn't happen, it's a big disaster. So
We're all very supportive
yeah.
of the struggle of trying to make this happen. Okay.
Cool.
Does Tyler need to start in a particular location or is he good? Doesn't matter. Okay, cool. We will cue you up. Find the pitch on the continue. Oh, they work. Hey, boom. Here you go. Without any further ado. This is what your students say all the time, Tyler. Okay, let me interview. Does this work? Hey.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Tyler.
How's it going?
Who were you in that game?
I believe I was a student who was studying or taking an exam and nodded off and went to Dreamland with.
What was happening in your dreamland? What were you supposed to do?
I think I was building a snowman.
That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, and then at a certain point, a hammer was presented.
Yeah, and given a hammer,
I-
what did you do?
I tried to destroy my snowman and other snowmen.
I see that, yeah. So one of the things we judge the students on is feeling of freedom in this world. From 1 to 10, how free would you say that you felt?
I would say a 5, because I felt like I was very free to move about the space and direct my action. And some of this might just be my lack of familiarity with VR, but like I had a hard time telling when I was unable to interact with an object because it wasn't supposed to be interacted with, or because I just wasn't like pinching correctly or something like that.
Did you find it weird that you had to pinch the sledgehammer?
Yes. Yeah,
That's not the normal way you would control the sledgehammer.
yeah, I definitely tried to do like full-on grasping.
Interesting.
Predictions?
Yeah, predictions. Sorry, we skipped the important part. So the students make 3 guesses of what they think you're going to do. So, thanks, Dave, for reminding us. So, predictions. You will push the buttons on the music player.
Oh, yeah.
You will try to use the hammer to hit the snowman.
Yes.
You will try to build a snowman.
Yes.
Yay, you got all of those. Nice job. How did you feel about your snowman?
I felt pretty good. I feel like I had more pieces at my disposal than the other snowmen that I could see.
Right.
And so there was part of me, it's like, well, I've got to use all the pieces. And so I was trying, but then at a certain point, like, I grabbed something wrong and rotated it weird, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna do whatever.
It did seem like at some point you were holding the snowman parts by the bits of coal.
Yeah,
Like there were little knobs to turn the snowman around.
I was having a really hard time picking up the actual balls of snow, but I found that once a piece of geometry was inserted into the snow, I could grab that to move it around.
That seemed, it's like a little handle on your snowman.
But I also tried to pull that out at one point to like make a more aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, and it just, I picked up the whole thing.
Yeah, it seems like you couldn't detach parts once you attached them, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm kind of curious. So we got the end. One of the last things you did was impale the radio with the hammer.
Yes.
Was there anything else you wanted to do in this world that you couldn't?
I think I realized, like, I tried to do other things a bit too late, and so I don't know if they were included in the game or not. But towards the end, when I was like, all right, let's see what else I can interact with here, I tried grabbing at the rocks, and then I also tried to see if I could, like, move the table or move the radio
You did
at
push
all.
your snowman off the cliff with a bucket.
Oh, yeah. I guess I did do that.
I'm kind of curious, team. Is there anything else he could have done in this world? Oh.
Oh.
Did you know you were inside a breakable globe?
I knew I was inside a globe.
Okay.
Because of the picture from the beginning, and also at one point, snow started to fall, and like I could, like, oh, all right, I'm inside a snow globe.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
How was your interaction with the music player? He seemed like there was a lot of interesting music coming out of it.
It definitely got like discordant at a certain point, and I didn't know if that was because of something I did or if like a timer was running out, but it definitely made me feel more urgency to do something. Yeah, or like Sonic's drowning underwater or something like that.
Cool. Should we unpack this a little bit?
Yeah.
And I would say that my favorite moment was the very beginning.
Yeah, very good.
When you walked over and you turned off the radio. Well, and it was this beautiful moment of like 100% indirect control. I don't know how intentional it really was, but you started the world and the music just was annoying
Or it was a little bit too loud.
It was like the music was too much.
And it didn't quite match the build. It wasn't like the music you'd normally listen to when you're building a snowman, right?
And like you look around and you see a radio, and there's a really clear button to push, and it was just like this little bit of interaction magic. And it was great that, I mean, I would have been even, I don't know if you saw it in playtesting, but I feel like that I would have been super bold in a prediction, being like, the guests will hear the music, decide to turn it off, and go push the button on the radio. Because you had such a lovely little moment designed in there. And it speaks a lot to just the atmosphere you're creating, like the signals you're sending, and that music was a very clear opening signal. It's like there's music happening, and there's not much you can interact with, but there's something connected to music, and you can make something happen, and like that little click just worked.
The music control also worked well because it meant the guests could set their own tone for the activity, right? Because like actually later you came back to that same music and we're like, yeah, we're gonna listen to the rock music while I break snowmen with this giant hammer, right? And I thought that was really cool. It does let the guests sort of pace and sort of govern their surroundings in a way that's not always possible in these kind of experiences. So that seemed to work pretty well.
There was another really good moment where you had, I think you'd picked up the orange cone, and you looked over at the other snowmen, and we're like, okay. They looked over to yours, and I was like, and you kind of, but it was like, just in a gesture in VR, it spoke a lot to see like what you were thinking. And I think the other thing that went really well here was just the construction of the snowmen. Like you had all the, nothing in this world said, hey, it's really important you build a snowman, and here's how you do it. You saw like the pieces lying around. There's snowmen there. Right. There's a bucket.
If you feel like making a snowman, you happen to be in a perfect environment for doing that. Yeah.
And it went really well. I mean, there's obviously like the balance of the interface. There was like a little bit of frustration there, but it worked well enough. And like that whole process was really good to see. It was like just a really well-structured activity that was left to the guest, but was what the world sort of wanted to have happen.
So basically the only thing that didn't occur to you was breaking the walls with that giant hammer, right?
Because maybe part of this is because I sat in on the demo before this, but I thought I was like, okay, I play until they tell me I'm done. Like I had no I didn't see it as like a level to be completed. It's like, oh, all right, I get to be in a little playground until my turn's up.
Well, and I think that would be a question on iteration, is how do you let the guests know there's another problem to be solved? Because like you did it, thinking about like the design of this, like the opening music is a problem to be solved. Like I want to turn that off, I want to switch it. The snowmen, to construct them, was a problem to be solved. There's like, the world sort of says, there's an incomplete snowman here. Can you please help me with that? And the last little bit was, there's a problem to be solved, which is you're trapped in a snow globe, you need to get out. There was a moment, there was a moment where the music stopped and it sounded like somebody said something. What was that? Okay, so there was this external signal.
Oh, if we let it run longer.
Oh,
someone from the outside would wake them up.
Oh, okay. So we were like really close to it happening automatically. Yeah. Well, but anyway, like I think that speaks to the design of this. Like you sort of like let the guests get comfortable, and there's like this next challenge, this like next escalation of discovering the real problem, which is we're trapped in a snow globe, we need to get out. And it seems like there's some pretty solid like design hints in there. The hammer was like, a nudge, but like introducing the idea that you could get out is like that jump that you have to make.
I'll also say the framing is very clear of like, oh, hey, you're studying or what have you, and you take a nap. And when I take a nap, I don't want to wake up. So like it never occurred to me that like, oh, this was something to escape from. This was the escape. So it's just like, yeah, I'm going to hang out here.
Cool. Yeah, a lot of really good choices. It really came together, like a nice contained little space.
Good job, team. Yeah. Thanks, Tyler. We'll get you back up in a second. Tad, you're up. So let me introduce guest number 2 for this slot, local novelist experimental fiction writer, now programmer, James Tad Adcox. Yeah, you get to be in the inflatable raft.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm excited. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, that's a good fun thing about AR, right? Is you get to use real stuff too.
Sure.
You try to make sure it's not falling off. Yeah.
Scotch tape.
Yes. Yeah. It looks virtual. You can see right through it. Yeah, small technical difficulties. They had to calibrate this one. That's okay. No, you're good. You can grab a chair up front if you want. Okay. Only the best boats for you, Tad.
I am seriously extremely excited. Once the prop came out, I was like, absolutely. Already into this.
You can see you missed the dead body earlier that was outlined on the floor. Somebody was laying down pretending to be dead. Tad's also the person who introduced me to game design, so it's his fault that I'm here. It's kind of true. You good? Okay. Boat experience, take one. Climb in and put this thing on your head.
Yeah, just put this thing on your head. Yeah.
We'll give it to you in a second. We'll get you all nice and comfy before we launch you into the virtual. Is it tight enough?
Yeah. Yeah, we can start streaming.
A little loose or tight?
I don't know. It feels like this part needs to come down.
The back part needs to come down?
Yeah.
Okay. I can loosen it. Is that better?
I think maybe tighter.
Tighter is the better way. Okay. How's that? Tell me when to stop. Okay. You're good. Okay, so we're gonna hand you. Is that in the left hand? Is that where you want it? Okay, cool. Go ahead. I hope you know what you're doing, Tad, because I have no idea what's happening. Breaking those pancakes apart. At least I think they're pancakes. Do you want any hints, Ted, or are you happy with your life? Yeah? So, yeah. Okay. Pieces of cake. Yes, I think that's correct. Boom. The end. Yeah. Good job, Tad. That was it. So come sit up here with me and we'll chat about it. Once you can figure out how to get out of this raft.
All right, team, you got your predictions ready?
I love the fact that I had a raft.
Okay, predictions. Okay, a diamond of predictions.
Okay, diamond of predictions. Oh,
Okay.
I have a microphone. Hello.
Yeah, okay, you ready?
Yes.
Number one.
Number
Our
one.
guest will use the lollipop to catch seals.
I didn't know those were seals, but yes.
Okay. Our guest will put a lot of seals in the jar to boost the boat.
I did figure that out. Yes, that was.
Prediction 4, our guest will boost the boat and destroy pancakes.
Yes, that was fun. I enjoyed
Bonus
that.
prediction number 4, our guest will collect strawberry cake slices intentionally or not.
Yes, I think that both, a little of both of those, yeah.
Sounds good. Yay, okay.
I believe, I mean, I didn't necessarily feel like I was a character. I felt like I had been sort of put in this situation and was just sort of given free rein to my impulses to try to hit cute things with a lollipop. And then I started to realize that when I hit the cute things with a lollipop, they like stuck to the lollipop, and there was a place that said "in" for me to put them in, and I just kind of went from there. So some sort of seal collector.
That sounds right. Could you tell that you were making progress on your strawberry cake collection?
I feel like I got that more towards the end. There's a sort of a long period at the beginning where I was just kind of figuring out like how to move around in this space and how the various items in this space sort of interacted with each other. So like, realizing that when I was hitting the seals with the lollipop, I wasn't like attacking them, I was collecting them. And then I eventually figured out that the seals were what powered the boost.
Right. You seem to have some trouble with steering. Was it too drifty? Was it like you couldn't get where you wanted? Like, how would you describe it?
Yeah, I think part of it was like, it was not totally, so I think part of it is like the control kind of came loose from the steering wheel. And once it did, it wasn't really clear to me like what direction to move the control in order to make the steering happen.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like it kind of got disoriented in terms of like how the controller fit into the space when it wasn't attached to the steering wheel. I think if there were like a version of this where the controller just like slotted into the steering wheel and didn't move, and then like the movements were kind of based on that, it would be a lot more, like that would have solved that problem.
In the beginning, it felt like you were in a candy version of Venice, pulling yourself down the river with your, were you trying to paddle with your
Oh yeah. I was trying, Was I not supposed to be paddling with the lollipop? I think I still was trying to paddle with the lollipop throughout.
throughout the whole thing?
Yeah, I kind of figured the lollipop was my like primary movement mechanism. And if that was not correct, then I missed that. Then I was doing something wrong.
That's totally fine.
I thought it was movement and attack.
Yeah. Does the lollipop affect the boat movement at all?
That was one of the features we had in mind. We just didn't implement it.
Okay.
It's your imagination, Captain.
All right, yeah.
We know you have an active imagination.
Sure.
As a novelist.
Sure.
Freedom.
Dave? Yeah. Oh, yeah, feeling of freedom, 1 to 10. How free did you feel?
I think within the, within the context, I mean, I think I actually maybe felt freer than I was supposed to be, since apparently I thought the lollipop was doing something when I paddled. But yeah, I mean, it seemed like, you have sort of movement, you have a kind of direct thing you're doing. I had some difficulty navigating around the space. I'm supposed to give it a 1 to 10. I'm gonna say like a 7. Like felt free, but like a little some difficulty just navigating the boat. But like when I've been rafting before, I also feel that way. So it seems fair.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about one I love. I'm guessing the color coordination is not an accident. I like it's really nice seeing teams sort of embrace the world. The beginning was a really good thing to watch. You did a smart thing, which was you kept the world contained for a little bit of time before expanding out to the whole open space. And it was good you did that, because just watching it, there's just a lot of overwhelming signals. There's like this big bubble of stuff on one side. You've got a lollipop, you're in a raft, you're surrounded by walls, maybe there's like a chocolate bar, there's seals jumping at you. It felt overwhelming. But like getting from that overwhelming space to, okay, I know how all this works, was a nice journey, and it kind of worked. I mean, it seemed like the most difficult thing was the controller breaking, and then you fixed it, and were able to actually go and get more cake and complete the world. And that was a pretty big accomplishment. The world is still super weird, but the logic of it, you piece together. Like you gather seals, these cute little creatures, with a lollipop, and then stick them into a tank, and then you push a button and it boosts your boat forward. Through pancakes to get cake. And especially even the fact you picked up on the beams of yellow in the distance was a really nice touch, because I have my notes, like, you know, this is working, but like, where do we go next? Like, how do we know that? And I was like watching, I noticed it, and I was like, ooh, that's a tough thing to get a guest in a headset who might be a little overwhelmed with tape falling apart to notice it. But those signals worked, and like you pointed out, like, you know, put, you know, the in sign for the machine, and so just they're not. I mean, like, that's not like a super clever piece of interface, but it was effective, and that's like getting the guest to like see these pieces and then get the feedback that it did something. Like that boost button did something. Like the boost was noticeable. Smashing through the pancakes is actually really a nice way to sell it. Because you add a little bit of,
It was fun, and you wanted to
yeah, I mean, because the interim you had like an open space, and noticing movement was really tricky. But you had these obstacles that weren't just like to indicate movement, but to like be things you smash through. So they didn't actually impede you when you were boosting, which was like a clever use of level design. But yeah, a lot of things just worked, and it's a testament to like the iteration. I think moving to a singular tank as opposed to like 4 energy sources around the boat, because like watching it, there was like no way the guest is ever gonna look behind them, right? There's just so much attention focused on the front, and I think at the end of the day, the world is kind of overwhelming, and you had a lot to process, but you mostly got it to work. And I mean, the lollipop as a paddle was something I never even thought of, but it makes a ton of sense. And like, but yeah, like good work. It's like I said, it's still weird, but it works. So.
Yeah, and you took the weird world you showed us in the interim, and you made it a lot more understandable, which I think is testament to your team.
So if this game made it into the festival, we'll do the lollipop paddle.
Okay.
I'd like to note that I loved the weirdness of the world. I really, really responded to that.
Good job, team. Yeah. Sweet. Oh, we have guests in the back. Is it okay if we skip you and come back to you in a second? Absolutely. You want to come play? Yeah. What's your name again? Sorry. Andrew.
Yes.
We have Andrew, who's coming to visit from Electrosonic, makers of ridiculous LBE worlds that are perhaps more serious than the last one, but not always, probably. Yeah, okay, cool. And we're gonna let him wrinkle up his nice jacket here in one of our worlds, unless you want to take it off. Yeah, yeah. Does he need to start in any position? Like this middle point or anywhere? Okay, just making sure. You're good. You comfy-ish? Okay, cool. Can we move the rafts just because we're gonna run out of space up here? Sorry, we're moving the raft. Okay. Yeah, you guys are welcome to grab those chairs in the back corner or whatever you want to do, or just stand. Yeah, just warn him if he starts like he's gonna swing something in your face. So. Okay, give us 1 sec to load it up. You're good. Thank you so much for being willing to try it out. Andrew's a member of Electrosonic, did not graduate from ETC. So this is your first time in a BVW world. Yes. Exciting. Do you need to turn around just to see? Hey, okay. Can you read the text? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. It's all you. Do you see the ketchup? You can walk around too. We'll let you know if you're about to hit the screen. Perfect.
Package delivery, final notice before return to sender. Package delivery. Package delivery, final notice before return to sender. Package delivery, final notice before return to sender.
Andrew, let us know if you want a hint. You want a hint? What hint do we have for Andrew?
Interact with your with your 2 fingers to pinch instead of like grab.
Pinch. Can you put the clothes on?
No, actually.
You cannot put the clothes on. Oh, those are dirty clothes. Yeah. Did you already put your towel on, Andrew? Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. This is good. Oh, nice. You can finally flush the ketchup. Yeah, I just won't tell anybody what happened to those bottles. Oh, nice. No, you're good. Hey! Is that it? Call it there? Okay, we'll call it. Yay! Good job, Andrew. Grab the mic and put it behind you. Okay. What did you do? Did you take a shower?
Yes.
You did. Did you open the sliding glass door? In the end, you did.
Yes.
It took you a while.
Yeah, I did. I the whole finger pitching and was
Took a little while.
took a little while for me to get it.
No worries, you're good. Guest will open the door when there is knocking. You didn't really. Did you try to?
I was trying, but I was gonna open it if I knew that it could get open. But I figured because I didn't know about the pinching, I just didn't. I didn't go in. But once you told me the pinching, then I went. then I went.
Yeah.
So I think that was the main thing for me. Was
Well,
the,
it was cool when you were taking the shower and the bell started. You were like, hold on, hold on, hold
Yeah.
on. And you like tried to put the towel on and you like
Yeah.
tried to put clothes
Yeah,
on
yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
So all that seemed like it worked pretty well.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. It did trigger me to react, right?
Yeah. So scale of 1 to 10, how free did you feel in this world?
I definitely felt free. Like, I mean, as far as like just like trying to understand my surroundings and be able to go to different places, I would say like an 8.
Yeah, almost everything you touched, you were able to interact
Yeah,
with.
yeah. That was pretty cool for sure. There was like I felt like maybe a glitch or something with the clothes when I picked it up, not pinching it. It was like I felt like I was in like a 3-dimensional, like in between like real world and but no, it was great.
That's great. Yeah. How, do you know what happened to you that like made you need to take a shower? Is that at all clear?
I think what triggered me was that the shower was already on, right? Like that kind of like triggered, well, I need to take a shower, right? Like because the shower was on.
Shower was on. Cool. Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff worked really well. I think my favorite moment was you got in the shower and you found the soap dispenser and you started washing your hair.
Yeah.
Which is, one, not an interaction that shows up in games very much at all. And it's sort of it feels like an indication that the world sort of pulled you in. It looked like you kind of accepted what was going on. Like you went from, what's going on here to, well, I guess I'm taking a shower. And I think it's I know as a team, like this is kind of what you're going for. Like it feels like the whole goal was to get the guests take a shower, have the doorbell ring, and feel like you had to like figure that out. And like it totally worked.
That moment was magical. It really worked. Yeah.
And there's a lot, like the water effects were really lovely. The fact that the shampoo kind of like sort of worked, like this was living in this weird middle space between interfaces that do something and a fantasy that asks the guest to sort of like suspend disbelief and just kind of go with it. Because you weren't really wet. You weren't really washing your hair. There wasn't really someone at the door.
No, I did. Yeah.
That was a little awkward.
Yeah.
But even like opening the door and like feeling like you just came from the shower, I don't know, like did you feel a little like you need to close the door again because this is a private moment?
Yeah, no. I mean, when I went outside, when I finally figured out how to actually open the door with the pinching, when I went and I saw you and I saw that, I was like, oh, all right, bye. I need to go back to the shower. So
Yeah.
it was pretty cool. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, and also like the note, like I think definitely a BBW first, which is flush the ketchup to start the game. And that, I mean, watching that kind of threw the world off a little bit, right? You taught an interaction
That he then tried to do later.
that you tried to do later, and it wasn't part of the world really. And it's this world is one of the more challenging ones of like, what can you actually do? And like, there's some things you couldn't do. Like, you couldn't put the towel on. You couldn't put the clothes on. Like, you discovered that I think you learned that you couldn't open the door. You went out and tried the door, the first thing in the world, and like couldn't do anything with it. And then when it came time to open the door, it seemed like you'd already learned, like, well, the door doesn't open, so I don't know what to do with that.
Exactly.
And like, there's this definite balance of what can you actually do, what do you think you can do, and how do you bridge that? And
The squeeze bottles, you couldn't quite figure out how to get to work, right?
No,
You picked them up
no.
and you were like, how does this open?
Yeah, I think I just didn't try because I was struggling with the whole like the grabbing and pinching thing. Like that was the biggest thing for me of where I was struggling with in the beginning, knowing that the pinching was like how you grab things. That if I would have known that in the beginning, I would have probably had a different.
yeah, and this is the challenge of like a lot of interactive things is bridging that gap between what the guest thinks they can do and what the world actually lets them do. And like I said, to the credit of the world, you brought enough space for the guest to sort of step into this and make it work, even though there's some moments of frustration. Like obviously it wasn't real. Like the towel doesn't actually work that way. But it was enough that you got the feeling, and I think you had so much weird stuff happening this round. In teams, and it's really great to see. And like the ambition of, we want the guest to have that moment of like the oh shit moment of there's someone at the door and I'm in the shower, is such a small, narrow little slice of life moment, and you nailed it.
And I would say like that moment in particular, it like really like it was
like if I was really in my shower and somebody knocking on the door and me like needing to go out and like rushing and getting dressed, like it really put me in that space. So that was really great.
Yeah. No, I think overall, like a lot of like really well executed details, achieving a moment that you said you wanted to do from the beginning, and you got it. So good work.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, team. Yeah. Woo. Okay. Tyler, you want to come up again? Thank you so much, Andrew. If you stick around, we'll make you play another one. Otherwise, let us know. Oh, Sean's gonna come too? Okay, cool. Well, once Sean gets here, we'll work him in between Tyler and Tad. Okay, cool. Yeah. You're 27? 27. Okay. This is a present from the ELF group. They had a present for Got it. So close out that menu for us. Hit quit. No. Quit? Maybe just hit quit. No, not that. Okay, sorry, we'll launch it again. There we go. Okay, you should be good now.
Once upon a time, there was a renowned conductor who had an extraordinary gift. Not only could he craft melodies that touched the soul, but he also saw every instrument as a blooming flower. But Faith had other plans. A sudden car crash took away his memories. Lying in the hospital, the memory of conducting grand orchestras seemed like a distant dream. Traditional treatments were useless. News of this tragic accident spread, filling newspapers and headlines. The public whispered their hopes, hoping to see the conductor come back to the stage. Picking up the newspaper, he sighed, "I don't belong here. My place is on the stage, in my blooming musical hall." His dedicated orchestra members hatched a plan, a small, intimate rehearsal, just the music they all loved. Perhaps the familiar rhythms and melodies could recover his broken memories. Back in the blooming musical hall, they waited for his instruction, hoping to see their conductor's musical garden come alive once again. Rose, Viola, and Gardenia. My memory has all recovered. I remember each of you, every note, every moment. I am, and always have been, the greatest orchestra conductor.
Is that it? Is there more? Now it's a hey. Great job, Tyler. There you go. Predictions. Guest will grab the baton. You did do that. Guest will use the baton to point at the orchestra member to turn on the instrument. You did do that. Guest will point to the light ball at the end of the game and see the photo. Did you know you were doing that?
I knew there was something happening with the light ball, and I knew, I think that I didn't realize I triggered the photo.
Okay.
I knew that the photo appeared and that I was to look at it,
Nice.
but I didn't realize I made it happen.
Great. And who were you in this game?
Well,
Remind us.
Well, I was the greatest conductor ever lived.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Couldn't you tell
Yeah.
from my
Good,
skill?
good. Yeah, so it was a little hard as somebody watching you do it to figure out what was going through your head and how you were making sense of the music. Can you talk a little bit about what you think you were supposed to do and how you did it?
Yeah, so there were, I realized that so when I started, I pointed at just a random person and it didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But then I saw that the light was on the piano. And when I pointed to the piano with the light on it, then it started playing. And then as other lights started to come on, I realized oh, when there's a light on this person, I point to them, they start playing. And so after it got through the entire line and one started to go on and off, then I started to be oh, okay, so I'm cueing them in and such.
Nice. Did you feel capable? Did you feel once you figured it out that you were good at this conducting?
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
The one thing I didn't know if I was supposed to do or not was tell people not to play, but it seemed like they were mostly stopping on their own.
Okay. How free did you feel on a scale of 1 to 10?
I would say a 6. I was very free to work within the verbs at my disposal, but I wasn't wandering around the stage.
Were you trying, were there things you wanted to do that you weren't able to do?
Yes, I wanted to be able to tap my baton against the, yeah.
To get people's attention?
Yeah, that's the first thing any conductor does.
Okay, nice. Dave, you got stuff?
I mean, one, I would say this world was really lovely.
Yeah.
I think, again, there's this moment in the beginning that kind of stood out as being creepy and weird, which is the hospital scene, and where they're in bed and there are these flower people staring at us, and you had this idea, but then when we get into the space, just the effects and the staging, when you actually looked around and up at one point, and you did a really nice job of making the environment reinforce this feeling of being a powerful conductor. I mean, you picked a piece of music that's just lovely, and so this world, although at times it almost felt a little bit overwhelming, it did kind of reinforce this role in a really strong way.
I will say also, recognizing that piece of music, there were definitely points where I was oh, this is where the violin comes in. So I was inherently looking to be all right, where's the violin person?
The beginning was sort of classic, simple indirect control. It's hey, we told you you're a conductor. Look at the space. What's right there? And you just walked up and grabbed the baton, and it's there's no need to say anything, and it just sort of speaks to when you connect the dots in a nice, clear way, you can make things happen. And I really enjoyed watching you discover how the lights indicated what happens, because it was just watching. It was you could sort of almost hear your thoughts. You're pointing at the people, and nothing happened, and you're sort of okay, what's going on? And then a light comes on, and then you do it, and it works, and then it's from there, like the dominoes fall and like the mechanic works.
So, can I just say something real quick? I was starting to wonder whether some of the things that were happening in the environment were indicators that they probably weren't, but like the notes changed color at some points, and then everything became these bright stars that circled around the ceiling, and I kept wondering if you thought you were supposed to be doing other things or were worried at all about it, or you were just happy conducting as you had been taught how to do.
I thought I was just doing a very good job.
Well, cool. I'm glad.
I'm curious from the team, it looked like the world progresses and the lights go off and then something go back on. Is there something that the guest's supposed to do, which is like turning the players off as well as turning them on? Or is it truly automatic?
It's automatic.
Okay, so the only interaction the guest really has is turning them on. Okay, and the notes that are coming out is mostly just like when a character's playing, notes come out. Okay, I mean, watching it, it was a little like overwhelming, some of the effects, but it seemed like in the experience it was working pretty well. Yeah. The ending was a little confusing because I think I had some reactions like there are things appearing, but what do you actually interact
You have to
with?
stand on your toes to see the photo.
And I think that's one place where the feedback, the moment of like pointing the baton, and like having really good feedback to say you did it, and now something's happening would be a nice thing to add. It just like I like the idea that it culminates in sort of like a glowing thing you point the baton at. It makes a lot of sense. Like you've taught the guest, you point the baton at things, and things happen, and just getting that last little connection of feedback would have connected. But it was an effective little world, and I think the pacing of it was really good. Like it sort of you just used the song, and we got through, and we built up to an ending, and it seemed to work really well.
The most interesting moment for me was like this, it was becoming more complicated and I was having to like cue more stuff. And at a certain point I realized that I was doing the conductor motion every single time. And like, I was like, oh, I can actually just kind of sweep across. But it was neat seeing that like at no point did the game tell me like, oh, you have to move like a conductor. But I was like, well, I got to move faster because how else would I do it? But yeah, no, I enjoyed it.
I did see you sweep,
Yeah.
like strafe all of the flowers at the end there.
Yeah.
No, just really good work. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Team, yeah. Yeah, come on up. Yeah. What's your name again? I've already forgotten. Sean, that's right. People keep telling me. Now we have Sean, also from Electrosonic, maker of amazing entertainments of different kinds. Also an alum of ETC, so a little bit of a ringer in the sense that has played BVW Worlds before, but yeah. 10 years since the last time you played a BVW World. Yeah, the technology is a little different, yeah. Okay, who's coming up for this world? 27. You were 27? 28. Where's team 28? Oh, we're a little ahead of schedule? Okay. We might have a slight delay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I keep almost reading the name of your company every time. I'm like, it's Electro, something with an S. Yeah, I'll get it. But Andrew was great. Did you see part of his run?
I didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think Amanda
We'll get him back up here in a sec. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no rule saying you can't do two.
No. 2 is usually the max, because after that, you're like, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Tats, we'll get you next. Is that cool? Yep. And then we'll run Andrew one more time, and then I think we'll be good. So. I'm glad you got the raft one. Right. Well, I like the ones that are like weird in an old school video game way, where like the logic, like everything makes kind of video game logic, but not like real logic, you know? So. Yeah. Yes. That's fine. Okay, 10-minute break, I hear. 10-minute break.
Broken. We've broken it.
More and more companies, powers, and they're looking for people who would normally go like development to bring them back in the and so doing a little evangelizing. Yeah, especially now with all the video games. Oh, I know, it's like the timing works out for you. But yeah, so we've been talking about this, and then this just worked out because it was the BCW finals round, and now the Yeah, so we had the head-mounted display, and we put 2 of the sensors on a ship's terminal, and you had to find your path through this big, like, Egyptian-looking Nile River landscape. So there were, like, there were a whole bunch of spiders to the river, and we were predicting which ways it was. We made a dolphin that was kind of like guide. So like we follow the dolphin. And we made a bunch of scary alligators. And we both things go away from the alligators. We'll have to see a video from the show. Yeah.
I think it was right before my time. Yeah. I didn't know when it was gathering. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. It's like the gap where you were like working. I have a spreadsheet. It's like 2013 and beyond. Yeah. It's like when the it's called. Right. So when you were building robots in version 8, it's the legendary ones that live on in memory and story.
For the people that were there.
Yeah. Maybe Steve has a file somewhere. That's jokes.
Were we not archives? It was like a hacked, like locally hosted web stream. Like it wasn't YouTube live.
Some webcam nowadays.
It was something where like nobody's parent could ever use it because it was way too hard.
It's funny because like everything has changed, but everything's still the same.
Right. That's what I was saying to some people yesterday. Like this is the same, but the technology is better. So like you can actually have more nuance in the things that you create. Like all of ours were very blocky and clunky because like steering the head-mounted display, like you turn it and it's like just the way you go.
But it means there's more ways to get into trouble too.
Correct.
Andrew said about the rolling plane. He took a shower and then there was a ring in the door that he had to go answer. He had to hurriedly get out of the shower. That was kind of like a bit harder to do. Get people to come in and take a shower. One of the things I think the VR actually highlights really well is the graphics only matter so much.
Yes.
And the graphics got very suggestive. But it turns out that like realism is not it's just gotta get the right little bits deep in the brain. Your brain will take over and do a lot.
It'll make up for a lot. Yeah.
That's, I mean, truthfully, it has been good. Yeah. So far, I haven't had any notes. So fingers crossed.
Was this
This was a dead body. Somebody was laying on the floor, or like, rather than trying to animate the person, they just had a body. So that worked pretty well. And they had virtual police tape around it. Nice. Marking the area. I feel like we have been getting the building really good about this schedule 5. Yeah, no, it's been necessary. Yeah, she's like, I live in Florida. These are from Florida. I know exactly what these are. Nice. I don't know if I would do it.
Sorry, I just, one of the modes says that like, it doesn't matter what we set the orientation to, so I was just making sure that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's get started again. Yay, we have Sean from Electrosonic. Group 28, come over, stand on the side so I can ask you for hints if you get stuck. Let's do it.
Never done one of these before.
Nice. Okay. I don't know. Is it running yet? Are we waiting? Oh, launch app. Here we go. We're dropping you in. Welcome to the Matrix, which is a joke students increasingly don't get. Did anybody see that? I haven't even seen that. Oh, okay. I mean, it was queerer, right? Because they're out now, right? Cool. Whoa, whoa. Kill the Quidditch. Oh, nice. Oh man, number 2 is fast. Ah. $12 points. Do another round? Okay, you're good. Sweet. That was a fast one.
Get the predictions?
Yeah, predictions. Airplane form. We have
Nicely done. I like that touch.
number 1. Player will pick up paper planes using your hands.
I did do that.
Yeah, I noticed. The player will throw the paper plane into the rectangle target to start the game.
I did.
You did do that. The player will try to hit the flying target.
All of them. I did try to hit all of them. Good job.
You said it felt really good at one point.
It did. It was
really fun, right?
it was a satisfying toss.
Yeah.
So I wasn't really sure if I was aiming very well, but like it felt rewarding and like it felt smooth to actually throw a paper airplane. Like it, as opposed to targets, this is just my own personal preference. If it was like, how far could you throw it? And it was like a racetrack or something, and you just tried to huck it down a whole football field, that would have been, that would have felt rewarding. It was hard to hit the targets just because it was a little choppy, but it was honestly a lot of fun to play.
One thing that we noticed when we were playtesting the interim version is depth perception is a little bit tough sometimes in
Yes.
AR.
Yes.
Were you having issues with it? Or did it work for you?
So what was hard was I kind of had the timing of the number 2 going across the ceiling, but it was hard to tell when the airplane would get into the air, like the fan. Yeah, so that was the part I wasn't really sure about, so I was kind of guessing at that. But like with the 2 that were floating, like that felt natural to hit. Throwing it in the middle, it felt better than throwing it off to the side. Like it kind of just, it was more drift.
Yeah. Did you feel like you had control over
I did.
Okay.
It felt great. Like, that was fun. That was like a good lightning round type of game too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they don't know about lightning.
Shit.
Dun. Yeah.
Go with feeling of freedom?
Feeling freedom, yeah, 1 to 10, I was about to say.
Sure. I mean, well, towards the end of it, I thought like if I turned around, could I just start throwing them anywhere? Like, could I throw them up?
Yeah.
I'm competitive, so I really wanted to like win and score the best.
Uh-huh.
So my competitiveness like locked me into doing the game, which I think is a good game design. But if I did it again, I'd probably turn around and just start throwing them everywhere. The other thing that I thought would be cool is if like all the paper planes like scattered and stayed somewhere, so I could see the mess I made.
Yeah.
That's just like a
board
future.
at the wall there.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, you totally missed. And then, was there feedback when I did it well? I don't even remember. Like, yeah, there was audibly it sounded good, but like if like the frame lit up or something,
Yeah.
which like maybe it did and I didn't see it.
There was I saw like a +2 when you
I did
hit
see
the
that.
stuff,
Yeah.
But like more
Yeah.
visual feedback.
I think that would have like helped with the reward system.
Did it feel like, to me, it felt a little bit like you were like one of those guys at the arcade shooting hoops, right?
Correct.
Just like,
I was like that guy who just like
you're
keeps
just, like,
chucking them.
throwing
Yeah.
your airplanes, yeah.
Well, then I realized there was a timer, so I was throwing them. I was like, ooh, and like I just enjoyed watching it kind of fly through the air. But then I was like, I gotta keep going.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
that was a good game.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. So
Yeah.
there were numbers that you could see. What did the various numbers mean?
So I think they meant points.
That-
So yeah, so like the number 1 was on the left, 3 and then 2. Honestly, the 2 going across the ceiling was harder than the 3, I thought. So I would have switched that. And then I really just wanted to make it in the 2, even though the 3 was more points. The 2 like felt more rewarding just because it was harder.
Did you know how many points you had scored in the middle of the?
No, I didn't.
Did you try to hit the little flying thing with wings?
I did, and that's where depth perception came in. It was hard to tell like the timing of that, but I was definitely trying to hit the Quidditch. Yeah.
I think there was a giant number on out basically in front of the table, like sort of horizontal. That was his score. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't look. No.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. We talk about when you put on the headset, sometimes it's weird the things you do and don't.
Right. And like I was just so in tune, and like I would grab the paper plane, but I just wanted to throw it. So.
John, do you know why the world ended when it did?
No, I ran out of time. Actually, I think it was like 90 seconds.
How did you know that you were running out of time? Do you remember?
There
seeing a timer?
was a timer somewhere
Okay.
in the space.
Yeah.
'Cause then-
Actually, that's a really good way to describe it because it wasn't like just it was on the table, wasn't it? But
Was
you
it?
knew your brain
saw
knew
it.
it. Your brain knew the timer was there.
Yeah.
And like got the information, but your brain doesn't really remember exactly where it was.
Yeah, and that I guess that's why when I'd go grab the plane, I would see the timer and be like, I gotta hurry up. But then I'd throw it, and I enjoyed just like watching it fly. So like if the timer was up, I would have like probably gone faster.
It was I think it was one of the more brilliant pieces of interface.
Yeah.
Putting the timer on the table, right next to the planes.
Yep.
So when you look down, you can see the timer, and it's always there. And it's like it's one of the harder interface challenges in VR. Is where do you put interface? Because if you put it on the screen, people don't see that. Like
Right.
just the edges of the screen, just the eyes don't see it. If you put it in the world somewhere, like it often fades into the background. And so you need to put it somewhere where their attention will catch it. And the table was the perfect spot for the timer.
Yep.
It just worked.
And for interim, moving from one with stages to one where everything was happening at the same time in a kind of like arcade experience, I don't know that I would have suggested that, but it turned out to work really well. And so I think that design choice made a strong experience. Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
When I first saw the squares floating and they said 1, 2, 3, I totally read that as order. Like, oh, you go for the 1 first, then you go for the 2, then you go for the 3. And I was expecting sort of like the world to like transform once you got them. But I think the indicator of like a plus whatever when you got them, like shifted the impression. But it was, I mean, like this world had just like a lot of like solid, clear interface. And I think it's a testament to just being able to like walk up and understand it. It's like pick this up, throw it, get these points, you know, the timer, all that stuff. And it seems like the controls, like the game feel of this was in a really good place too.
Yeah, It worked very well.
So, yeah, like just a lot of like good choices that feel like they were iterated. I'm kind of curious, playtesting this, did you make any big changes from playtesting? Like, what are some of the things that you change that we see in this world now that are there because of playtesting?
So like we originally wanted to do a controller when you control the plane, but like we figure out like hand tracking when because you pick up a plane with the pigeon, which is the hand tracking really strong at the pigeon motion. So like we switched from the controller to hand tracking, which is a lot more immersive than before. Yeah, like that. Anything else?
And also at first we had the fan, but the users said they don't get the reason why the fan was there, because they could just reach out the flying plane and just hit the target without using the fan. So we kind of located the target really far away so that you can't match it unless you have the fan there.
Anyway, I mean, like a really like well-scoped world that feels like you made some really good choices and made it work really well. So,
Yay, good job, team. Thanks. We'll get you up here one more if you got time. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Tad, you up for one more? Let's do it. Who knows? We'll see. Woo! Oh, no. More props. No, didn't work.
Okay, cool.
As we know, Tad loves props. He had the inflatable boat last time, so.
Yeah, love a prop.
Okay.
All right. Get out of the way here.
No. This is a big stage. You got a good one. This is the one I have to actually spot you on in case you fall down. So.
Okay, all right, cool. This is gonna be like
As
that,
Dave says, if we don't make you sign a waiver, it's not really a BBW world.
is this like that, okay, good.
But,
Well,
yeah.
I'm imagining that game show that used to be on like Nickelodeon or whatever, where in the end you played the real life video game.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
It was like
Sounds
a
right.
platformer kind of thing. I don't know if you
Like Forbidden Temple, like that kind of.
something like that.
Yeah. Guts.
This does look like maybe I'm gonna be playing a platformer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
At least the board's attached to each other now, but originally they did not, which was interesting.
Tyler, you ready to take pictures?
We're just slowly recruiting you to eventually come in and play more games with us.
I mean, I'm up for it.
Yeah. Maybe you can teach a course on experimental narrative design for games. They have a line up so that we can see the things that you're supposed to be standing.
Oh, you guys have your own.
In this unit, like.
Really excited, actually.
Guests, welcome to Kaiji Tower Arena. Here, the guests have to touch dangerous organs and Yes. Welcome to Kaiji Tower Arena. Here, guests have to touch the dangerous organs and reach the bottom of the tower to get the rewards. Do you make friends? Or do you make enemies? It's your choice. All right now, let's wrap it up and get into the game.
Stay back. I am doing. No!
Like when I decided to just go into the lava, there's kind of a moment where like my body really didn't want to, and then like once I'd made the decision, you know, that's where I was going. But yeah, I'm actually like I can like feel it a little bit. That was great, guys.
Okay, it's like the, I'm gonna have to rip the bag because the thing is stable. This Post-it is stuck to the inside of the envelope.
I want to play that one again.
Yeah.
I feel like I could do better.
Okay, here we go. So try not to rip the predictions, come on. Okay, guest will kill or attempt to kill the second NPC after learning they could push the NPCs off the platform.
I think I tried to shake hands with the second NPC. Like I tried to kill the first one, and then the second one I was like.
You patted it on his head a little bit?
Well, there was one that I tried to pat on the head. I think the second one I tried to shake hands with because I was like, well, the monster told me, will you make friends or will you make enemies? And I was like, well, let's try both. So, yeah, well, the first one like seemed like that's an enemy, but then the second one was like kind of cowering, and I was like, well, maybe this one's nice. I don't know.
Okay. The guest will step off the planks and onto the stairs.
I tried that. I tried to get on the stairs, but then the stairs kind of ended. I think it was over here, maybe.
And you jumped down.
The stairs kind of ended, and so there wasn't really anywhere for me to go. So I was like, all right, well, what if I just jump?
Nice. And it worked.
Seemed to.
Guest will try to collect the coins.
Yes, and
This is on the try.
I tried. Yeah.
Yeah, that one, some of them you kept spinning around and
Well, I couldn't figure out how to, like the ones on the coins on the bottom level, I just couldn't, I kept like hitting them and, was I supposed to pinch? Was that a pinch thing? Oh, okay. I guess I was thinking like video game logic, like I'm Mario, I should be able to just like run into it and get it.
Cool. Well, that's something you get most of those. Feeling of freedom.
That was great. That was great. I want to play that one again. Yeah. Feeling of freedom, like 9?
Yeah.
Like it really felt like I was like in that world moving around. Like it felt like, you know, within sort of all of my expectations of like a platformer world, I could do the stuff you would do in a platformer.
Nice. Great. What were you trying to do? Do you have a sense of that?
I thought I was trying to like collect coins. Again, like Super Mario rolls, basically. But also, like, I mean, it said something about getting down to the bottom level, so I did that. I will say, like, once I got to the bottom level, I wasn't really sure. I think maybe because I couldn't figure out how to get the coins, I wasn't sure, like, what I was supposed to be doing, and that's why I just stepped in the lava at the end. I was like, well.
You were able to self-immolate.
Yeah, I was.
You were free to do that.
I was.
Okay, cool.
I'm kind of curious. So you got to the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
and it was kind of clear that there wasn't much else to do.
Mm-hmm.
What did you want to do besides jump into the lava as a final choice? But like, what did you think you were supposed to do down there?
Well, at first I thought I was supposed to collect the coins, and then I couldn't figure out how to do that. And so then I was looking for a way back up to a previous level, and there. There's a what?
There's a respawn point.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I couldn't figure out how to get back to a previous level to do anything else, so that's kind of why I jumped into the lava.
So I guess for the team, what is the expected end of this world? Did he do what was expected?
The last 4 coins.
Okay, so
4 coins, you're like a win condition where you're like in a room full of money, basically.
gotcha.
Miss the room full of money. Ouch.
My life too. I got this job.
But I mean, I think it speaks to the world that like how much the world itself reinforced the story of the world and the feeling of the world. And like the one thing to iterate would be the idea of a goal. Because I think the beginning really does make you walk around, you do these things, it guides you, and then you get to a point where it's like, okay, wait, I'm here for something maybe.
And it's not just deciding whether to push people in lava or not, because
Yeah.
there's other stuff going on, right? Because it sets you up that it's going to be this like pushing people in lava or not game, sort of, right? But quickly you were like, that's not what this game is about. Yeah.
Well, and it could have been that the world is about collecting these coins, but like connecting that in that moment when you sort of get to the place where you've done the things you need to do and you need that last goal. I think that's where I'd put the emphasis on. Okay, now this is the way to win or something like that, or like this is what's next. And I think it was a really, I mean, like the nice about the world was like it was fairly constrained. There wasn't much else to do. And actually, like the fact that you had lava as an option sort of speaks to some of the flexibility of the space and that it worked.
Did other people jump into the lava and play testing? Hey! Yeah. I have to say, I really love the incorporation of an actual physical platforming space into this game. It was really creative use of AR, which lets you kind of use real things and make things together. And it seemed like it felt pretty good, yeah?
It felt scary. It felt like legitimately like I have a little bit of a thing with heights, and it like definitely hit that, which I think speaks to the effectiveness of the world. It was great, actually. It was well because I knew I was fine, so it was just like I could feel that thing getting hit in my brain, but yeah.
Team, I'm kind of curious. So the cardboard is new. What prompted the cardboard? Why introduce that to the experience?
I think from Intrum, basically, when we had like Ilona, I guess, come on, there was not enough reinforcement about why you were going down or if you could go into the platforms. I think that was what we got from a lot of the playtests. So we thought, since everyone knows they can go on the planks because they're physical, what if we made kind of like the perimeter also physical?
So they know they can walk on that.
Yeah, so kind of plan on what the guest.
Do you find that you feel it with your feet, or is it more just like seeing it before you put the camera on?
Although feeling it too did feel like I will say like that experience like
I mean, this sounds different.
This felt different than this. Like this felt like I did something wrong. whereas
Yeah,
this
and
felt
it's
like
a lovely piece of indirect control to sort of say, hey, there's an idea of interface here, which is you can walk on things. Basically, the floor is literally lava in this world, and where there isn't floor, you're safe. And you kind of like, without saying that at the beginning, you kind of connect that for the guest and it becomes an interface in the world. And it feels like it totally unlocks the problem of the guest wants to stay on the wood. And so you added another physical idea of platform, and it was a really good choice.
I really hope you submit this world to festival, because I want to see like all our alumni come in and try to walk all over these boards, maybe injure themselves. We might have to have the lawyers come in and make a thing that you have to sign off on, but it could be really fun.
Yeah.
Only if there are waivers, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Cool, thanks, good job, team. Yeah. Nice. So which one, you gonna make Sean go since you got a short world last time? Yeah, you got a long one. That was a long shower that you took. It was long enough to take a shower.
I do like the props.
Yeah, no, that's fun. Nice.
Are we feeling lucky?
You guys good? You ready? Sorry, we didn't prep you that you're gonna get an alumni, I guess, but it's fine. These are your predictions? Yeah. Nice, sweet. You join the pile up here. We're gonna collect all these later on. Is this 29? We got one more after this? 30. This is 30.
The last one.
Wow. Okay, cool. Bring it on. Last but not least, Sean's gonna give number 30 a try.
You are now stepped into a dark garden. The flowers and the colors may help to lighten up the world.
All right, predictions. I've got high hopes for the predictions, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
You got the predictions?
Big folder. Okay. Oh man, it's sealed.
Oh, fancy, fancy.
Did they glue them shut in your day?
No, we barely wrote them.
I was asking you, what was your world for this round? You were telling me.
Yeah, so we built a boat with a steering wheel, and you had to steer yourself through a series of rivers to get to the end. And there were alligators, and there was like a little dolphin that led you around, and boulders, and we had to predict which river they would take.
Nice. Cool. You ready?
I am.
Guests will pick up flower seed bags with different colors.
I did.
Guests will grow and water the flowers. You may overwater the flowers and make them drown.
Oh.
Did you know that you could do that?
No.
No, I didn't know that either. Guests will
But they looked pretty, so I stopped.
Yeah, yeah. Guests will pick up the flowers and insert them into the vase.
I did.
You did?
I did.
Yay,
Well
good
done.
job. So, what's that? How did it feel?
That was fun. It was pretty clear. I wanted to try to like grow the deer thing and like make that flower, but that was cool. It made sense. All the flower bags were nice and colorful. It said the word seed on them. I was clearly in like a little briar patch. So yeah.
When did you figure out that you needed to water the flowers a lot to get them to grow? That took you a little bit.
It did. So at first I did it and I was like, oh, it didn't do anything. So then like maybe I kind of did it on accident and like it popped up a little bit. And then I just kept going for it. Then you're like, okay, yeah. So yeah, so that did make sense once I saw the first one pop.
Yeah. And the vase, first you tried to dump stuff out?
Yeah, because
Were you just playing with it, or did you really think there was something in it?
I wasn't really sure, so I wanted to explore. We had the water kettle, water pan, so I figured maybe there's something in this.
Yeah, because once you put it down and you saw it, you were like, oh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was cool.
Nice.
It's feeling of freedom.
Yeah, feeling of freedom, 1 to 10.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, the indirect control of the fence made sense, so it contained me. So that was nice. It was like, all right, it drew my focus in on the table. And then I realized, like, my play area was between the table and the other table, like the flower stand, so.
Yeah, number, give us a number. Freedom. Scale of 1 to 10.
9 and a quarter.
9 and a quarter.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. Yeah, because I could do whatever I wanted with however many, I could plant as many as I wanted, which I thought was fun.
Yeah. In the playtest that we played,
we had to go back, like after they figured out what you could figure out the rainbow,
Yeah.
right? There was like one flower that they didn't have anymore.
Right.
And then they had to go plant it again and water
it
put
and
back
go
in
get
the
it.
vase.
Yeah, did the vase only appear once I planted all the colors? Okay, so it was there. Okay, I just didn't notice it, but that's cool. Oh. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I thought the same thing. I thought it was really because you looked over like, oh, there's a vase there.
I did,
So it was like
yeah.
a magical moment. It was like, oh, like
Yeah.
the next thing just when I need it. But it was, I think, really good pacing. On stuff. Actually, this is a really lovely world for just like discovering
Yes.
how the world works and building it out. I was watching like you were testing the world.
Oh yeah.
Like you were like, I wonder if I put things on the table. Will the table hold things up? And then you're like, I wonder if I drop something.
And it
Will-
dropped.
and
That was nice.
and so like it felt like you had added all the little things to this world to like bring the guests back to what the world was about.
Yep.
And like even like the feedback on the flowers growing, it was hard to pick up a little bit, but it was there. Like it was, you could sort of like if you watered more, like it grew a little bit more. And so it was like just this really lovely use of feedback and of very like gentle guidance. It's like there's just a table over here with seeds on it, and there's a watering can. I don't know. You figure it out. You're
It's up to
standing
you.
in dirt.
Yeah.
And like all those things like connected. And I think it was just really good choice of not pushing too hard.
Yep.
Because if you told the guests to like, grow one flower now, and then grow the next one and like make a rainbow, it would have pulled away the freedom.
Yeah.
And the fact that you were able to own the discovery process, and that the world like reinforced that. And it sounds like there was even more discovery that you could have pushed on, like overwatering. I think you actually broke a flower.
I did.
When the first one you had in the vase, it looked like, and like having those moments where the world, like watching it, the world stayed real for the duration of this thing. Like everything you tried, it seemed like it did something that reinforced the reality of the world, as opposed to sort of like breaking in a way that you just can't do it.
Right. Like it felt appropriate because I missed the vase and the flower broke, and I was like, damn it, I only have 2 left. Like I better not screw this up. So I was very careful the next time, and I was like, come on, baby.
You watered the seed bag, which I was really hopeful it just gonna like. sprout a
Me
bunch of
too.
flowers.
I kind of wanted it to just like have a tree
So
come out.
stretch goal,
Yeah.
watering the seed bags.
Yeah. No, it was really fun. You're right. It was appropriate. So it let me push on it, and I was like, all right, dial it back.
And it speaks to the scope of this world. I mean, like as a team, you picked something that's relatively simple, right? You made some really good choices. Like flowers are not, elaborate characters, and so like they don't need to be rigged and animated as much as other things do. Like you kept the ground is like dirt. You kept like a little fence, and so you kept things relatively simple. But that let you do is made the world deliver on its promises.
Yep.
And this is like constantly the balance in video games, but especially in VR. Is VR sets expectations that I want this to work. It's like reality, and there's that dance between guest expectations and what the world can deliver on. And I think you over-delivered on the expectations, which is a really hard thing to get to. And a big reason why you pulled it off is 1, hard work, and 2, you scoped well. Like this world is of the right size to be able to deliver on the expectations.
Yeah. I liked your art style a lot as well. So yeah. It was great. Yeah.
Like the atmosphere was really good. The music made it sort of feel a little mysterious.
Yes.
And even the deer that you tried to water like adds to the vibe.
It was cool. Yeah. No, that was great. Oh, really well done.
Yeah. Really strong work.
Thank
Good
you.
job, team.
Thanks. And that's it, right? Yeah. Congrats to all the teams. Yes. Thank you for all our visitors for coming to play today.
Yeah. And just like, for all the teams still here, I'll be on the stream, like fantastic work for round 2. We know it's a super hard round, and I think everyone stepped up. I'm actually really happy with like all the different ways everyone stepped up.
Yeah. It was amazing. We didn't really have any teams that were like painfully awkward to show. I think everybody really did a great job in delivering.
Yeah.
Very
So
impressive.
now, just for context, there's a little bit of wrap up with the projects. They're gonna have retrospectives, I think, on Friday.
Yeah.
This Thursday, we're gonna have a retrospective for the whole class. So we're gonna just be talking about where we are with stuff. But you're done until after break.
And then you get fall
basically.
break where there's nothing assigned.
Yeah.
And then you'll come back and we'll do round 3. So
Yeah. So a well-earned break. Come on Thursday, ready to sort of just think about the journey so far. And we're going to sort of like talk through what's been hard, what's been surprising, what's you've learned. We're actually going to be doing a mid-semester feedback session with Everly, so it's going to be a little bit of a thing where we're not part of it.
yeah, you get to say bad things about us if you want to. So that's great.
But then, yeah, enjoy break, let your brain relax, and like learn all the things you've been doing, and hopefully you get a chance to like do things that aren't schoolwork.
Yeah.
I have no control outside of this class.
No. See you guys Thursday. Thank you.
Good work, everyone. Anything else from you guys? So you have lots of wood. We just put it in the Okay, just in the let's put it in the supply room. The 5th floor other corner where like we check out the headsets from. Okay, the property. The TA's.